Good evening. I'd like to call to order the study session for the City Council for the City of Wheat Ridge, Colorado for April 18th, 2020. We have three informational items on our agenda tonight. Item number one is the Let's Talk Residential Engagement Program update. Item number two will be accessory dwelling units, ADU, and ordinance update. And item number three is preferred concepts design for the green on 38th Avenue. And we will start our meeting tonight, as we usually do, with an opportunity for the public to address the council on any of these three agenda items only. So I have one person signed up to speak, Todd Young. If you'd like to come to the podium and give us your name, your first name, and your last name. If you'd spell your last name and give us an address. The clerk is going to start his timer when you're done with that, and you'll have 3 minutes.
Okay. My name's Todd Young, Toddbyung, and my address is 6930 West 32nd Avenue, Ridge, of course.
Thank you.
Okay. I was hoping not to be the first one because I've never done this before. I've never been to a city council meeting before, so.
Just relax. You're doing a great job so far.
Okay.
So just relax and.
I don't know what to tell you about it, but we would like to have the ADU unit. We have, at this point, we've lived in Wheat Ridge for 30 years. We've raised our family in Wheat Ridge. We have an acre of land right now. We've been wanting to put up a unit for my in-laws to live in at this point, and then someday we would live in it, and one of our kids would live in our house. The big house, we'd like a detached ADU unit, which we've been trying to work with the city for a few years to be able to build a three-car garage with an ADU unit above it, because it would walk out on the back to ground level the way our yard slopes. And my mother-in-law's had a heart attack, cancer, and stroke, and my father-in-law has dementia, and they've been living from family to family to family, moving around between the three sisters right now. And we'd really like to be able to give them a spot that is actually designed for an ADU type of unit, where they've got a shower that is accessible for people, because none of our houses were built for people with needing, right now they're not in wheelchairs, they're both using walkers and canes, but we'd like to be able to build a unit that is accessible as far as the kitchen, the bathroom, everything for somebody who needs extra help with that. And we also have a business here in Wheat Ridge, so we are very connected to Wheat Ridge. We've lived here for over 30 years now, and this is our second house, and it's an acre of land, and we have plenty of land to build it, but the city said they would allow it as long as it was attached to our house, which would make it look like a big monstrosity, which we don't want to do. We'd like to move it back where we have a shed right now that has needed to be replaced for the 20 years that we've been there, but we've been waiting to try to build a complete unit out of it. So I guess that's all I have. Is there any questions? Do you guys ask questions? Or?
Okay, we don't really take questions, but thank you very much. You're right on time. We're discussing that tonight, so thank you very much. I don't have anybody else signed up here. If you haven't signed up and are here in City Hall and would like to speak, now is your opportunity. Please come to the podium and give us your first name and your last name. If you'd please spell your last name and give us an address. You'll have 3 minutes to address the council.
Bob Razzle, B-R-A-Z-E-L-L, 3830 Carr Street. Well, I sympathize with you wanting an ADU, but maybe you people ought to think about doing a variance for this kind of situation and everything else. I had one council member here who's my council person. I read a little article that people ought to be able to buy ADUs because they got personal property rights. If you own your property, you ought to be able to do whatever you want to with it. Well, you know, when you buy a house, you know what the zoning is. And you should be able to read the zoning. And, you know, and so you got personal property rights to do what you want within the zoning regulations. But when you're more important because you want to violate the zoning regulations and have an Airbnb or an ADU or whatever you want to do, but your rights are more important than your 20 neighbors around you, than their rights, who also bought their property with the zoning that's on the property. So, you know, I don't quite understand where you people come from. that one person's rights are more important than all their neighbors. And now we've got existing ADUs, so instead of trying to get those to where they're brought into the laws of the city, no, we're just going to say, okay, anybody who wants to break the law, that's fine. We'll just change the law to accommodate you. You guys are way off base. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else here who hasn't signed up? Please come to the podium and give us your name and address and those things. Clerk will start the recorder when you're... Actually, the timer is not a recorder. We're recording now, but go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and members of City Council who are here for my third 3 minutes. I wanted to...
Before you start, would you introduce yourself and tell us where you live?
3812 Taft Court in Wheatridge.
Thank you.
I wanted to make a public statement that on April 5th, Intermountain Healthcare officially came to Wheatridge. Officially came.
Now, Dr. Flieger, this is not, we need to stay on the items that are on the agenda, please.
We're going to talk about homelessness. I think homelessness is on your agenda.
Actually, it's not on our agenda tonight.
There's a report that is being...
Well, we've got a Let's Talk engagement program coming up. We have accessory dwelling units and the preferred design concepts for 38th Avenue. So we don't have homelessness tonight.
Oh, okay,
But-
because I may have misread.
Okay, but we will, and on our next meeting on next Monday night, our regular council meeting, we will have open discussion. You know, you can come and talk on any item that isn't on the agenda. So if you'd like to come back, we'd love to have you come back and talk about that. Thank you, sir. Do I have anyone else here who hasn't signed up but would like to speak under public's right to speak? And you're able to do that online by raising your hand in the virtual format. And I'll ask our clerk if anyone has their hand raised. Okay, I don't see anyone here in the hall and no one online, so we will complete our citizens' right to speak. Thank you all for joining us tonight. And we will go to item number 1. This is a Let's Talk Resident Engagement Program update. Mr. Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have several staff members here this evening. I will turn it over to Ken Johnson, our Community Development Director. He'll introduce those staff members who are going to present this evening.
Thanks, Patrick. I'll be brief and just turn it over here to our fearless Let's Talk team of Jeff Hurt and Ashley Holland. The one thing I wanted to mention maybe just before we launch is I do still remember when we got council's approval and support for launching this program and adding staff to support it is, I think, Leah, you might have been one of these people that made it clear to us that you didn't want to just do another several years of talking, right? That council wanted to be focused on actionable items in the meantime as well. So we've endeavored to bring back to council a number of different actionable items during the launching and ongoing development of this program. And several of those are highlighted in the memo that you have. And of course, the work program is really about that. It gets updated through each and every Blitz and new neighborhood that we go through. And we've been pleased that we've had council support to really do that, to be able to keep listening, but also keep taking action. And a lot of that is really council action through adoption of various ordinance, consideration of ordinances, adoption of the budget with support for things like the NTMP. And we'll highlight a few of those things today. Additionally, one of the new nuances to the way we're implementing this program right now is that Jeff and Ashley know a lot of different things in addition to working with the public on this program. They're really good at engagement in my estimation, and we're kind of morphing them into more of a hybrid role of continuing to manage the Let's Talk program and make the way through all the various neighborhoods, but also really being hands-on the ground in implementing as well. So they're taking an active role in several of the the CIP projects that are ebbing out of this program, and the engagement aspects of that. So 38th Avenue, 32nd and Youngfield, the 35th Avenue bike ped projects. So there'll be a face for some of those projects, which we really like kind of the closure that brings from a public perspective, that they've been able to talk and express their desires and needs through the Let's Talk program. And then they see, Jeff or Ashley or Jeff and Ashley as part of that implementation team as well. So we think that's a nice way to bring closure to a person's participation in the Let's Talk program, to see something actually come to fruition. So with that, I'll turn it over to, I think Jeff's going to kick it off. I might give you this so you can answer questions.
I think they call that the hot seat.
Thanks, Ken. I know you have a full agenda tonight, so we'll keep it relatively brief, but this is just a
And
general.
Jeff, I'll remind you to talk right into the mic.
Right into the mic.
So, yeah, we're not picking it up.
Okay. Yep, sorry. So this is just a general program update following our last engagement blitz in our last two neighborhoods. And so the purpose here is to call your attention to the blitz reports that we do at the end of each neighborhood that give you a good snapshot of kind of where these neighborhoods are at on particular issues. And then, like Ken said, just to give you a high-level update on the program work plan, some new information. We were last before you in October on this program, and so new information since then that we'll highlight here for you briefly. Certainly more detail in your packet. So as a reminder, the program breaks the city down into 10 neighborhoods. We've covered a little over half the city now, and there's another map that'll show kind of where we're at with this program overall that launched in October 2020. And just a reminder before we do that of kind of the structure of an engagement blitz. So we do 2 neighborhoods at a time. Each neighborhood sees one of these blitzes, as we call it, where essentially we come to them with very open-ended questions without any preconceived ideas of what the issues are. We ask them what they love about the neighborhood, what they would want to change, what the city can do to support kind of what's most important to them. And then we curate a list of potential actions the city might be able to take that directly responds to that feedback in a pretty scientific way. And then, of course, we report it to council, and that informs our work plan at the end of each blitz. And so this map is the overall kind of status of things with the program. So we've covered now 6 of 10 neighborhoods. East Wheat Ridge and Bel Air were our first neighborhoods in October 2020, and Lepla Manor and Applewood soon followed, and then we just finished Fruitdale and Anderson Park. And so that's what's before you tonight is kind of the outcomes of that. And I'll turn it over to Ashley in terms of sharing how we've reached people in these neighborhoods and some of the sort of unique challenges and how we respond.
So we've used a lot of our tried and true outreach efforts, but we've also tweaked them based on who we know lives in these neighborhoods and how we can best engage the public. So I also want to point out that we used a combination of in-person and virtual methods to best accommodate our residents' schedules, abilities, their resources, and also their preferences for how they want to engage. So you may see these are the percentages of each neighborhood's population that participated in Let's Talk. And you might notice that we saw slightly lower percentages of engagement for this past Blitz. And we have some theories on that, one of which is that this area has the highest renter occupied. It's about 70%, as compared to the citywide average, about 50%. And because we know we have more renters in this neighborhood, we really did adapt and expand our engagement to best accommodate them engaging with us. So we held a park pop-up right outside of the Kipling Village Apartments. We placed our yard signs and flyers at the multi-unit complexes around, and also some bus stops. And we also clarified our messaging. That's for both of our mailers and our social media, to call out to owners and renters and make sure everyone feels welcome in the process. And our engagement in Let's Talk dovetails really nicely with the 44th Avenue sub-area plan. So because this area was a bit harder to reach, we've built the groundwork of engagement in this area, and then our colleagues are able to build upon that and keep these residents engaged through the sub-area planning process.
Perfect. That's the feedback. So our purpose tonight isn't to go through all the things we asked and all the details. We were just going to highlight a few things, and also to call your attention again to these Blitz reports. They're really long, but they are structured to be very, I think, user-friendly and sort of graphics-rich, to where you don't have to go through all 100-plus pages. You can kind of flip to a couple key pages to get a sort of a snapshot of where these neighborhoods are at on these issues. So each neighborhood gets one. We've now done 6 of them. And I'll call attention to these tables that are in and around, I think, page 10 in the Blitz reports, which is like, if you don't want to read all 100-plus pages, which most of us don't, you can, if you just look at these tables, it gives you sort of the numbers of times that people mention particular things in open-ended comments, and then also how particular action items ranked in terms of resident preferences. So very much structured to, if you want to do a deep dive, but also if you want to just flip and kind of see where each neighborhood is at. So I'll highlight for each neighborhood sort of the top 3 things that came out of each neighborhood in terms of action items. So for Anderson Park, the top 3, this is why this program is really interesting. Each neighborhood is very different in how they sort of prioritize things. Number 1 actually was to look at floodplain improvements to the area north of 44th Avenue. Not surprising, because obviously there's costs with flood insurance, it's in people's pockets, but also property maintenance is a big barrier there. If you want to do any renovations to your house, in a lot of cases, it triggers upgrades that are very, very expensive to come up to standards. So that one didn't surprise us, and it's something we had been kind of talking about for a while, but we got really kind of focused input on that one. The second thing that's kind of unique to this neighborhood is to look at proactive code enforcement, which is something our code enforcement folks have done in the past, and I think it's been several years, but where essentially you have a boundary of a neighborhood that has a particular problem with property maintenance, and there's more of a proactive, kind of gentler approach to addressing some of these concerns, offering free resources to fix some of the issues, things like that. This isn't saying we're doing these things, this is saying the neighborhood is generally supportive of doing this type of thing. I'm happy to talk about any of these. All of these get kind of vetted through the different departments and have lots of detail behind them. The third thing in Anderson Park was to implement targeted improvements to 44th Avenue. And so this one is a little bit nuanced in that obviously we're doing a sub-area plan right now, which is sort of the long-term vision, the long-term, land use and transportation vision, the 20-year-ish vision. This was more about targeted short-term improvements, like physical improvements like planter boxes, things of that nature to kind of spruce up the corridor. Next, Fruitdale, I'll highlight the top 3 things. So the top ranking things in Fruitdale were more resources for the NTMP, the Neighborhood Traffic Management Program. That's basically indicative of the fact that speeding on residential streets is one of the biggest concerns, in particular in Fruitdale. Second was the targeted 44th improvements, similar to Anderson Park, and then third, the proactive code enforcement. So the neighborhoods were kind of aligned, but a little bit different on some of these topics. And I'll highlight, I know this isn't legible, but I'll just highlight in the packet, we've got the ongoing program work plan, which is essentially all the things that we've asked, all the action items we've asked of neighborhoods, and kind of the status of each of these. So it's growing in a pretty big list, and it's well aligned certainly with the council's strategic priorities, and we certainly do that deliberately. But what's interesting about these reports is you can start to get a snapshot of each of these issues and look at how each neighborhood kind of views it differently, levels of support. So it's a kind of user-friendly document to get a sense of, how Applewood feels about Bulk Plain versus East Wheat Ridge, for example. Those nuances are captured in this, how this work plan is laid out. I'll highlight just a few things and I'll wrap up. In terms of new information in the work plan that sort of not necessarily came out of this program, but sort of bolstered by this program, and in some cases came out of this program. We are doing, based on feedback from previous neighborhoods, we're starting community engagement on road improvement projects, 35th Avenue and East Wheat Ridge, as Ken said, Youngfield. Once we get direction on West 38th Avenue, that will be hopefully launching this year. And so there was also funding approved for this year's budget through a variety of sources, City Council's budget, but also Jefferson County Open Space grants, for example, for some improvements, including improvements to the Otis Street Trailhead in Lefla Manor, which I didn't know existed until we took a deep dive into that neighborhood and saw the conditions there and agreed with the neighborhood certainly that it needs some help. So there's funding for that. NTMP got increased funding more funding for the dumpster days, which is already being kind of put into action. So we're really excited how we've been able to use this program to take action on all of these things. A couple more things to highlight. Housing in general, as everyone knows, a key issue, affordable housing. We have heard that in each of the neighborhoods, and we've asked it in a variety of ways, and sort of the data is there that it is a hot button issue. So we're doing a couple things in that front. Obviously, you have ADUs right after this. That's in that bucket, but also we, as you know, got grant funding for an affordable housing strategy. That's launching now, and we're coming to you on May 2nd to talk about that one. And then last, I'll highlight regarding the improved communication. So this is the idea that we've been hearing from neighborhoods. Just tell us what's going on. We want to know what's going on. Give us a user-friendly, understandable way to see these development projects, these city projects. And so we are developing a public-facing map interface that we're excited about, and we have someone on board we started working on that. That will hopefully launch later this year. And the code amendment that was passed last October-ish now requires us to notice owners and tenants, owners and renters for development applications. So that one passed and that moved forward as well. So a lot going on. Last couple slides here, just next steps wise, same map as I showed earlier. Our next neighborhoods are a bit to be determined now, but our thinking is that it would likely be Paramount Park and Southeast Wheat Ridge. I'm happy to talk about that rationale, but that probably won't occur until later this summer, I'd say at the earliest, so that we can be able to resource all these other engagement efforts we have going on. So that, I think, is all we had. Again, just a general update, but happy to answer any questions or field any comments, questions to kind of help us improve the program as we're always trying to do.
All right, Jeff, thank you very much. We'll go to questions, and Councilmember Hoppy, and then Councilmember Hulteen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you for all of your information and bring this into a space where we can like really read it and digest it. I am sure that the council representatives for these two neighborhoods are super excited to get this information, as excited as I was when we did the first one with East Wheat Ridge. One question I had is on the, what we constantly hear is we just want to know what's happening, and we have the What's Up Wheat Ridge. Do we have any feedback on if What's Up Wheat Ridge is something that our residents are engaged in? Is it something they don't know about? Do you have any feedback on that?
Yeah, so specifically for Let's Talk, it's been an amazing platform. We've had great reception. We start with mailers, physical mailers to owners and renters in the area, and that drives them to What's Up Wheat Ridge and allows them to register for the project and continue to get information. It really helps with closing the loop after the fact, so we'll soon go to the East Wheat Ridge folks and let them know that West 35th Avenue engagement is starting soon, and then they'll be able to engage in that. And we've had a lot of different projects that are outside of Let's Talk. I know that the Green on 38th has had some great success. Lutheran Master Plan had some great success on there. And we've built a great database of engaged residents who are very excited to talk about a whole host of issues. So it's been a really, really great tool for that.
Numbers on that too, if you're ever curious. You get a lot of behind the scenes metrics, and I don't know what our numbers are now, but they're well over 2,000. It's fun to watch it grow. You see the spikes when you do like the social media blast, you see a spike. So
Yeah, that's great. I just wanted to make sure that we weren't making now another space for people to go get information from. If we can make sure that we kind of pool our spaces into a smaller amount of the city website, maybe What's Up Wheat Ridge, it'll start to get confusing if there's too many spaces to go to.
Yeah, and we've definitely discussed the idea that all of these need to be connected in really thoughtful ways, so that if you're on What's Up Wheat Ridge, you can easily access the city website, the map tool, what have you.
Thank you, Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, guys. It's always fun to get these updates. I'm going to, as you were introducing it, I think we need to rename it Let's Do, because it's not talking, it's a lot of doing. It was really fun to go through the matrix of input and how that's, sometimes uniform across different communities, but also being able to identify what's unique within the neighborhood districts. And I think, having worked with Councilmember Stites, then as residents on the NRS, I think this really fulfills what we were hearing from our community at the time. So I just want to recognize, the good work that has come out of that, because, it was a new approach, and I think the city's doing a really great job with it. So a bunch of kudos there. The question I have is, I live in the first neighborhood that was part of this, Bel Air, and I think East Wheat Ridge was the other community that was done with that. And when we were participating in that, so I'm kind of wearing both my resident and my council, the process was really, I asked specifically, and we were kind of told it was informing higher level priorities for the city and less around what was like point specific things that we wanted to see, like in Bel Air or in East Wheat Ridge. And can you just kind of talk a little bit about how like this program has evolved from that first round? Because I think it's where it is now is really, I think, what NRS was wanting it to be, which is like, how are we informing at our relatable neighborhood district level? What are the improvements that are meaningful here around like specific streets or specific parks, or but also like the higher level things? And I'm just also sort of curious how that, I know you don't want to talk about when we take a breather after they're all done and come back and start over again, but I'm just sort of curious, because like in Bel Air, we never really like had that conversation about like unique to Bel Air, what are specific streets or specific corners or specific corridors. So I'm just, if you could speak to the evolution and then maybe like how that kind of cycles through the next time you go through it.
Yeah, I think, and that's a great observation, that it has evolved, and I think we had an open mind about what this could be when we started. And I think to your point specifically, I think we realized in the first couple neighborhoods when we were talking to residents that there is a desire for this long-term thinking, right, of like what's this high-level vision kind of stuff, and that has a place. I think that we definitely heard loud and clear. It was like, kind of want things to happen sooner than later, because our neighborhood is changing really fast, and if we wait 5-10 years for this to get programmed, it may be too late. So I think we shifted. Well, we let the residents kind of tell us, like, so I think our mindset sort of shifted, and we started to, as we were sort of, curating these specific neighborhood-specific things, like should we look at 35th Avenue and East Wheat Ridge, for example. We started to do it in a way that was much more neighborhood-specific, whereas in the beginning it was like, let's see how the whole city feels about bulk playing at a neighborhood level. And so I think it's evolved to where it's a combination of the two, but I think in terms of a sort of building support for it, I think me as a resident personally, I would like to see that, yes, this is something I could weigh in on now, and it could be done in like a year or two kind of thing, versus let's wait and see what the other 9 neighborhoods and maybe the city will do something in a few years kind of thing. So I don't know, Ash, if you have anything to add to that.
Yeah, just that, we're trying to strike that balance between, as Jeff said, like the long term and some of the short term, and it really trying to let the residents drive what that looks like. And so, for instance, if a lot of residents come around one specific item like the Otis Street trailhead, that is something that we know that we can tackle on the short term. Whereas in Bel Air, we heard about lots of individual streets, but it was more a handful here and a couple there. And so it also is driven by what the residents kind of rally behind as an individual site, if we can do something individual site specific.
Great. Well, I just want to give you guys a lot of credit for evolving the program and listening and modifying it. I think that's one of the things that I really appreciate about our staff, is that they, are looking at like, how can this do better? And I just can't imagine this program doing better than it's doing. So just thank you. And I will just tell you, I often go to What's Up Wheat Ridge to find out what's going on when I'm getting ready for like our district meetings. I find it, for me, it's the clearest and most coherent place to find information about our city. So I think we're doing a really great job on the communication, follow through, and implementation. So kudos to everybody.
Councilor Noslerbeck.
And this is kind of a follow-up to Councilor Hoppy's comments, but I think something that both Councilor Dozman and I have noticed when we're doing community meetings in our district, and all of this was in our district. So it's not a challenge, it's just that we have to get creative when it comes to meeting with our residents. Just posting that we're meeting at a town hall meeting or something, we don't get as much participation. And I think what you all found with some of those ways of reaching residents, I think that I went to a sub-area plan, the 44th Ave, but that meeting, being at the rec center and meeting people and not making it the only event that they were going to is so helpful for families and busy residents who are just trying to get through their day to participate and be a part of the conversation. And so great job on that. And I really liked what you all did with the signage and posting in, some of our, housing apartment complexes and things. That's all information that as city councilors, I know you're giving us that information right now, but really memorializing that, and I think that's what you're getting to, is it's making sure websites are talking to each other, but also how do we make sure that as counselors, next time we're having I almost said throw in an event, we're not having a party, a town hall meeting or something, or we're needing to engage with residents, that we're utilizing some of those resources. And so in that, I guess this is me just kind of making sure, let's all draw those connections, but can we reach out to you all and be like, hey, we're doing a meeting, what did you do, and also will you come?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
No, yeah, absolutely. We can definitely share what we've done. Appendix A in the reports has some of the more high level, this is how often we post to social media, and this is some of the tactics we use, but the nitty gritty of where did we put a yard sign and who did we talk to at the multi-unit apartment complex to make sure our flyer was in the laundry room, we can talk about those details as well.
Councilor Dozeman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Ashley, for kind of giving us your feedback and your courage and your your confidence in talking to our neighborhoods. And I really was not all that surprised by some of the primary concerns and the improvements that I know, at least in Anderson Park, having lived there, what our residents wanted to see. I was a little surprised by some of the potential action items. However, I'm really glad to see that we are actually going to be addressing those. So with the flood impacts, as well as the 44th Avenue improvements from at least Kipling to Youngfield for now. And I really appreciated the way you put this in a digestible, accessible document. It was really easy to skim, the first night that we get it, and then you can delve a lot deeper and you go into great depth and explanations. And I did have a question as far as how did you determine the potential action items to address some of the concerns that the primary concerns that residents voted for?
Yeah, it's a really good question. We don't have too scientific of a process other than once we combine all the feedback from the round one input and we do all the quantitative stuff and so we have the numbers to say these are the top concerns, we essentially have a multitude of brainstorming sessions interdepartmentally. So we'll have topically focused conversations with the police department and the folks that work on the engineers. And we look at this whole host of issues, and having this neighborhood geography is really helpful because it helps focus the thinking of what in this neighborhood could we do that responds to what people have said. So we obviously don't want to put things out there that are unrealistic. And so all the things that are in there are vetted through at least 2 or 3 rounds of conversations where we can iterate on it. And we obviously don't capture everything that could be done, but there's always a sweet spot of You know, do we as staff, is this something we've already been thinking about and we knew and we were like, oh, this is a good idea, we should do this? And or is it something that's on the books as an adopted policy supporting we should do this? And are the residents saying that this is important to them? There's usually an alignment that happens, and then you know, so a lot of this stuff comes out of those conversations. But it's a fascinating exercise to kind of go through and figure out what's possible, what's not possible. So we always try to circle back to the residents once things are finalized and let them know. But yeah.
And thank you, Jeff, sorry. I also wanted to ask, do you think that just like the second round of feedback is enough? Or would you have wanted to delve deeper and ask the residents more questions or follow-up questions, I guess?
Well, you know, that is what we're doing with some of these individual projects moving forward. So, you know, we're going back to East Wheat Ridge for West 35th Avenue, and we got a general idea. I believe around 75% of the people who participated in round 2 in East Wheat Ridge said that yes, I support or strongly support making improvements to West 35th Avenue, but that doesn't give us all the information that we need. And so we are going back to them in this upcoming process and with a much more detailed survey of, you know, what about this treatment? How about this? Do you know, what do you want to prioritize? Is it safety? Is it aesthetic? You know, we have a much more robust conversation on a really specific topic, which is likely something that we can do with several items. And then some things are, you know, more self-explanatory. Do we, you know, do you all expand bulk plane rules or do you not? And so we might not need to go back and have really detailed conversations on it. It's really topic dependent.
Do you feel that the demographics are rapidly changing and will render some of this data, you know, not useful in the near future, or that you would need expanded on in the near future?
I don't think the only place that I see it changing so rapidly, which is why I think we're waiting part, is the north of I-70 area, like around the Ward Road transit area, because so many people are moving in. But I don't know. I mean, it's tough for us to say. We're not demographers, but you look at median age and things like that. But I mean, certainly closer to Denver, you see more demand for redevelopment and more redevelopment, and maybe folks from the Highlands migrating over or whatnot. But I don't know. From our perspective, I think that the opinions we're getting are really sound for a while.
Sorry, just one more. Do you see us needing to like complete this process again or on an ongoing basis in some form or another? Like, I mean, do you think our resident survey that we have every 2 years is going to be enough to capture what we would need to continue these efforts?
Yeah, and Ken actually may want to expand on this, but I don't know. I don't think we know yet. I think that we're going to, one of the things about this program is we kind of, you know, neighborhoods change, things are changing quickly, we're unanticipated. So I think we're open to, you know, as we go into the last Blitz, which will be into next year, into 2023, we'll want to have a conversation with council and kind of share our thoughts for the next iteration of this program, whether or not that's restarting in a neighborhood that has a particular need or the change happening or something, or do we want it to look a little bit different that, you know, is responsive to kind of what people want. So I think the short answer is I don't think we know yet, but we're going to be open to evolving it however's best at the time that we can do it.
Well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. One thing that I appreciate the way that we're going through this process is through these neighborhoods. They're not necessarily district specific because like part of my district will be again coming up, but it brings up something that that I'd like to ask the city manager about, which we can parking lot this, but you know, we have many more residents coming, you know, into some of these districts and some of them staying kind of stagnant in number of population. So when do we redraw those district lines and do that process?
That's dictated by our charter or our code, and the city attorney's office is working with our city clerk. I believe it's May of 2023, if I remember, is when our deadline is to for the clerk to look into that. So the clerk put money in this year's budget to hire resources to help with that process.
Mr. Goff is correct, and in fact, what we're waiting for right now is for the U.S. Census Bureau to give the county adequate individual precinct data so that they can draw all the district lines. The difficulty, of course, is we just redrawing congressional district lines, state house district lines, et cetera, et cetera. So we're sort of in a holding pattern, waiting to get the numbers we have to have, and then we'll take a thorough look at it.
And just a quick follow-up question on that. From what I remember, it's something that is supposed to be reviewed on a somewhat regular basis. Is that true? And when was that really done last?
Michael Snow did the last one of those. I believe it was 2010 or 2011.
And how often is it supposed to?
After every decennial census.
Just after every census. It's not more often than that?
If we had some major change in population distribution, or if we suddenly had, 15,000 more people living here, then we'd have to look at that in between the census.
Got it.
But there hasn't been a sufficient change to trigger that up to now.
I think,
Okay, great.
Mr. Dawes,
Thank you.
I think the code does actually state there's a repetitive schedule every 4 years after an election, or the original election in 1979 or something. You kind of have to count. He's looking it up. We can come back to that if you'd like to.
Thank you.
I had a question before we let you all go with our thanks. Have you had much success engaging the commercial businesses along in the neighborhoods, and I guess other institutions, whatever, churches or whatever? But mainly business. I'm kind of curious if the business community has been able to engage in this Let's Talk.
So we've specifically focused on residents because our businesses, we engage them on, some of the corridor planning and things of that nature, and we really wanted this to be focused on residents. But we have engaged a lot of the institutions in these neighborhoods to help us spread the word. So we've talked to all of the schools who have very kindly put our yard signs and tried to get their families to take part in the process. We've reached out to churches who have put information in their newsletters, but our main focus is to get the residents to engage, and then to work with our businesses to point them to the right area to talk about anything else that they want to discuss.
Great, thank you. Councilor Ohm.
Thank you, Mayor. I just have one question. So do you typically send out the postcards first and then you maybe follow up with some type of email blast, or does it vary?
Yes, we start with the postcards because that really drives people to What's Up Wheat Ridge. The postcards and the yard signs, I should say, because the yard signs have both the website on it and a QR code. The postcards not only have a QR code in the website, but they also mention that if individuals don't have access to that kind of technology, that they could call or visit us. So I've taken many surveys over the phone for folks. And so we start with that, and that helps us build that email database, and then we're able to communicate with them ongoing throughout. But we also do another round of postcards as well, so that when we start round 2 of engagement, those individuals who didn't engage online still know that we want to talk to them, and then they're asked to call us, and then we can engage with them as well.
And I'm just curious, have you ever considered doing some emails first, pausing, and then sending out postcards just to have an understanding of, how does that change the metrics? Because it's at 3, I'm disappointed with the citizens that we're only getting a 3 to 8% response. And you guys are going the extra mile of, talking even to the apartments and everybody. But I'm just curious if you've looked at, I know it's kind of a shotgun effect, but trying to figure out what is the best way to try to get data, and I have no idea as far as the chicken or the egg. But it's a tough nut to crack.
It is. Yeah, we continue to evolve how we reach people. We start with the postcard because What's Up Wheat Ridge is a fairly new tool. So we always, we'll send an email to anyone who's registered on What's Up Wheat Ridge for any number of projects. But if they haven't gotten to What's Up Wheat Ridge yet, it may be because they haven't gotten that physical reminder. But we're also, Mayor's Matters, we have content in that email newsletter, and our Connections physical paper. So we're trying to make sure we reach people physically in the mail, over email, social media, our local newspapers, any way we can.
Because what I often hear from constituents is, we didn't hear about it, why don't you send us a postcard? And that's exactly what you guys are doing at least once, maybe twice. And you're still only getting 3 to 8%.
Yeah, each neighborhood now receives 4 postcards throughout the process. 2 at the very beginning of round 1, about partway through round 1, at the very beginning of round 2, and a little bit on the way through round 2.
And actually, I think, 38% may seem low, but that's actually a pretty good turnout for citizen engagement. So I don't know if we can expect much more. You could go knock on every door and you're still not going to get more to come. It's just people are busy, people aren't interested. 38% is kind of what you see across the country, really.
Yeah, we reached out to some sort of national engagement organizations to see if there was a good metric, and they ran nothing for us, they said. So, but for context, the 2019 neighborhood revitalization strategy, big citywide effort on a citywide scale, over about a year, had about 1,000. We covered a little bit more than half of the city, about 1,100. So we're a little bit better, but it's a challenge certainly.
Thank you for all your hard work.
All right. Well, thank you both for coming, and a great report and great work in the community, and we look forward to you continuing on to survey more neighborhoods and come back and see us again. All right, thanks so much. Okay, we will move to item number 2 on our agenda. This is a discussion on accessory dwelling units, also known as ADUs. Mr. Goff.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just as a reminder, again, please speak directly into your mics. We're getting some feedback from constituents on Zoom, and they can't hear unless you're speaking right into your mic. So I will turn it over to Mr. Johnstone again to introduce this item.
Do my best, I hope. What's that?
A little bit. Move your notebook.
I'll be really brief because council is very familiar with this topic, having study sessions with it multiple times, most recently in November of last year. So Scott Cutler, as I think you all know, is our subject matter expert and has done a lot of really good research and good work crafting recommendations, and we got a lot of really specific feedback from council in November, which was super helpful. But as we delved into the topics more, of course, a few additional questions came up. So as we target drafting an ordinance here over the next several months to actually get in front of the Planning Commission and Council for action through the public hearing process, we have a series of questions that we want to work through tonight and hopefully get some concrete direction from council, and then be able to work on that ordinance drafting process. So I'll turn it over to Scott.
Thanks, Ken. No presentation from me, really. Just quickly go over the memo. So as you all know, you gave us direction in November to proceed, drafting an ordinance and to come back at a later date for the study session, and we're here now. So the memo is really broken into 2 parts. The first part in the proposed regulations section is really outlining the consensus that you all gave us the last time we were here, and so I've summarized that, as well as kind of letting you all know what sections might need to be included in the ordinance. And then the second half, which is really the bulk of the discussion tonight, hopefully, are 7 different discussion topics based on some of the questions that came up in last meetings, and we brought back some recommendations for you, as well as a few more discussion topics that kind of came up as we were researching other cities and best practices and just kind of things that we would have to address in our code in order to make an ordinance function. So I don't know, I'm assuming you all will have a lot of questions, if we want to go over the first half again or just jump right into those discussion topics. Thanks.
Do we have discussion on the sort of the introduction, or do you want to kind of, maybe we ought to just sort of pop into the questions, because they seem to be pretty focused and...
Thanks. Well, I guess we can go one by one. You already raised your hand, Councilmember Holteen, so I don't know.
I was just supporting jumping in.
Okay.
Yep.
So the first discussion topic was about the location permitted, and this actually came up in the discussion of the ordinance amongst staff. So as a reminder, council's consensus was to allow ADUs in all residential and agricultural zones and in MUN, and then also in new PRDs, which are our planned residential districts. And we've actually identified a class of properties that are single unit homes but in commercial zone districts, and there's about 50 of those citywide. There's a bunch of homes in C1, NC, MUC, and these are all, at least most of them, are legal residential uses based on when they were built. So I provided an attachment in the report that shows how they're dispersed, and they tend to be concentrated on 44th and Harlan, but they're all around the city. So the question really is, if we follow that consensus, there are that class of properties that would not be allowed to have an ADU along with that legal single unit use, if we go that route. If we go the other route and just allow ADUs as an accessory use to all single unit homes, that would include every single unit home in the city, not just those in residential, agriculture, or MUN districts. There are probably some drawbacks in that those properties are zoned for commercial uses, and so adding an ADU might increase their value and not allow them to actually ever develop into commercial. So those were kind of the questions. But really our question is, do you want to go with the consensus from the previous meeting, or would you rather allow accessory ADUs as an accessory use to all single unit homes?
Councilor Hoppe, and then Councilor Holteen.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. Scott, I have a quick question, though. When I was reading through all of this, and it says single-family uses and, single-family homes, one thing I wanted to make sure that we're very clear of in our ordinance is that we're talking about detached single-family homes. So if there is a duplex on a property, I'm almost positive that we discussed this. If there's a duplex on the property, we weren't talking about being able to have an ADU in the duplex, increasing the density. So it says single-family uses a lot in here, but I just wanted to make sure that the intent was detached single-family homes.
Yes, and that is correct. So for the discussion topic 1, those are all detached single-unit homes. And same, so there's 50 of those citywide. And then same with the location permitted. We had a discussion about potentially allowing ADUs with duplexes, but that's a different conversation, I think. So yeah, the focus of this ordinance would be for the single unit home.
Great, thank you.
Councilor Holteen.
Thank you. Are there other options here? I recognize we're kind of trying to find the balance between, this whole ordinance is kind of being crafted around a bunch of outlier existing conditions in our city. Is there a possibility, instead of doing permitting it for all single unit homes, could we make that a conditional use or a special use for those 50 properties? Do we get in a situation where we're encouraging more conversion from what might look like a house but is being used for commercial that could later be an ADU? It feels like it's kind of a gray zone. And if we want to see our commercial districts as commercial, could we create it as a special use or is there an in-between thing?
I would say a special use is a pretty intensive process that requires a neighborhood meeting. It could potentially go to city council, so that is probably a bit overkill. But I do think, I don't know, that we wanted to leave it up to you all. I think a lot of cities regulate by use, not by zone district. So that was where I was going with this. But if there's concerns about these houses kind of perpetually staying as residential, then I think the zone district option is probably the more appropriate choice. So I don't know if that was an answer to your question, but that's the reason why we
It was
put
helpful,
this in
yeah,
there.
thank you.
Councilor Ohm.
Thank you, Mayor. I've noticed that it's a small trend, but of those 50 houses that you talked about, that they are opting to go to a mixed-use neighborhood zoning because to go towards a residential, and that seems to be kind of the intent. So if they, to kind of comment on what Councilor Hulteen had said, if they, which route would somebody go if they're already a commercial use, but really it looks like a single-family house, and they want to have an ADU, but it's actually zoned commercial. It looks like they could almost go either path, right? Where they could say, let's opt for a rezone mixed-use neighborhood, and then I want to have some commercial, and I also could you also have a little bit of residential in that same house, versus it's commercial zone, but they just want to have an ADU with a little bit of residential. Are both of those scenarios possible?
I think they would be, and staff has recommended approval of several mixed-use neighborhood rezonings from C1 or NC, other commercial zone districts, but those do tend to be more in our corridors, so Harlan, 44th, 38th. There are some C1 properties that are more embedded in neighborhoods, surprisingly, and probably are not really viable as commercial properties, but that's what their zoning is. So again, MUN is a good idea in some cases, but probably wouldn't impact all of them.
Thank you.
Councilor Dozman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So are these commercial homes being used as residential, or are they primarily being used as commercial uses?
These 50 are single-unit homes being used as residential.
Okay, and so, because there are a lot of properties in that area that look like residential homes but are operating as businesses.
Right.
Okay, so these 50 that you've identified are actually being used for residential.
Correct. Yeah, we know of a lot of properties that have gotten converted from residential to commercial, and these have historically been residential.
Councilor Hoppy?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Scott? In this situation, if we zoned by, not by zoning, but then by use, so these particular properties could potentially, it could open up maybe a live-work type situation, where if they had an ADU, they could live in their ADU and then turn their other property into a commercial property, or they could then rent it as a commercial property and be able to live in the ADU, so that there could be some live-work situations on the same property?
I think that's a possibility. Our code already does allow some residential uses in commercial zones. So, for example, someone could have a small apartment behind a storefront. That's already allowed. But there are pretty strong parameters behind that. So, I don't really know how to answer that question fully.
Okay. I think that, in my opinion, I'm able to support to use it as an accessory use to all single unit homes. And because I don't know that we're really concerned that these commercial properties may potentially stay residential at this point. If they're so embedded, they may not even need to go to commercial at some point.
Councilor Hulteen?
Thank you. I agree. I support this for all single-unit homes, in part because 44th has a bunch of really quirky properties. There are some long, deep properties that, ultimately, I think are great opportunities to kind of, to leverage, and, they're on corridors, so, one of my positions has been, I definitely support, increasing, residential density on corridors because it's access to transit and it can handle that. So I definitely support going ahead and allowing ADUs as an accessory use to all single unit homes.
Counselor Dozeman?
Sorry, I just wanted to ask for clarification on the statement that you just made in regards to these commercial properties already allow for apartments or some form of residential use?
So very, very limited. So MUN does, that allows for townhomes, apartments, things like that. C1 and CRC all allow a very, very limited residential use. So for example, basically 1 unit per property has to be less in square footage than the commercial. It's got to be behind it or above it, so it can't be like the primary use of the property couldn't be residential. So C1 essentially forces a property to be a commercial property first and foremost.
But in my mind, that's kind of allowing for an ADU in a commercial property as is, without already, without just going ahead and allowing all single unit homes. I guess that's what I'm trying to understand.
Yes, so our code does allow it, but the primary use of the property has to be commercial. And this class of properties, the 50 single unit homes, the primary use is residential. So that code section doesn't apply.
I see. Okay. Thank you for that.
Are these then more non-conforming uses?
Some of them may be non-conforming, but the majority of them are actually legal residential uses. Our code, do you know the year? It's some year set a time where it's basically any use that was residential before that year is legal on this property.
So it's a non-conforming legal use.
They're legal uses in this case.
Legislatively, we made those all legal uses as opposed to legally non-conforming.
Okay. And what would be the impact on the commercial uses sort of going forward were we to allow our ADUs in the commercial properties? Would we tend to move those properties more into a residential character, or would they revert back into more of a commercial use?
So I don't think we've fully kind of vetted this question. I mean, I think that was what Ms. Hobby kind of was asking too. And my thought would be, if you come in and knock on our door and say, hey, I've got a established single unit, so I'm therefore, if this is the direction council goes, I'm eligible for an accessory unit. I think once you make that decision and you rely upon the presence of a single unit home there as the basis for making that application, you've locked in that residential use, absent some other code amendment, because they'd be coming into us and say, here's what I've got a single unit home and an accessory unit, but I'd like to convert the commercial built or the single unit home back to a commercial use, and I don't think we could do that. I mean, that's my take. I mean, unless you figure out a way legislative in this ordinance to contemplate that.
Well, then it wouldn't be an accessory use, right?
Well, but then I think it is possible that code section where we already allow essentially an accessory dwelling unit for a commercial building could potentially apply. But yeah, I will say, so we don't allow a new single unit home to be built in C1. These are all just existing, and the number probably has gone down over time. But yeah, I think it would make things a little bit complicated for this class of properties, like Ken said.
Councilor Dozeman.
Yeah, I would agree, and I think because there's so much gray area in this, I would prefer to remain, it be per residential zoning as opposed to allow for a primary residential use, particularly if we're looking at developing these commercial corridors to be used for that purpose. I understand, increasing residential uses along corridors as well, but I don't think that only one unit, I prefer them to go to MUN than stay as is and have ADUs.
Councilor Hoppy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I guess my concern is for 50 properties, I don't want to guide our policy because we're worried about the 50 properties that, that might be in the gray area. And so when I was looking at it as an overall big picture, I felt like as an accessory use to all single units was the better way to address it rather than through the zoning. So that's why I was looking at it that way. Because, with the zoning, we did call out all the types of zoning. But if we, I don't want us to end up in a place where it's like, oh, but what about this zone later on down the road, right? So if we're saying we think accessory dwelling units are okay if you have a single-family detached single-family home, then an accessory dwelling unit is okay, then I think that should be okay regardless of what we're doing in zoning. So that's why I was saying to go that way.
Councilor Holteen.
Thank you. So it seems like we've kind of opened up a can of worms here with, we came across something that is impacted by this, but is also sort of like touching on other things that we're talking about as a council. So I just looked at our long-term, our future agenda items, and we have 2 items that are coming up that kind of touch on this particular. One is commercial corridor code review is on here, and then we also have the economic development strategy and update. And I feel like the things we're talking about are going to be really impacted for these 50 properties, but how we're thinking about our corridors. So I suggest that maybe some of the nuances of like the impacts of how these 50 will impact our corridors, or maybe we put a placeholder on this topic and make sure we're bringing it up when we're talking about what we want for economic development on our corridors and how we want code to be impacted there, because I agree. I mean, I think we've got 50 properties that I think surprised all of us a little bit here tonight. But I think we're kind of talking about how do we want zoning and land use and improvement on our corridors to impact like the future economics of our corridors. And I feel like I don't have enough information right now to really make that decision.
Councilor Dozeman.
Thank you. And just to expand on that, I guess my next question would be, would some of those other commercial properties in those corridors that are basically single unit homes but are operating in a commercial use as opposed to residential use, if they decided that they wanted to convert or build an ADU and then and somehow shift that commercial use, would they also be grandfathered in?
So I guess if you're in C1, you couldn't convert back to residential as the primary use.
So it would only apply to these existing 50 houses that are used as residential but in commercial zones. So anyone that's
Correct.
operating as a business currently could not decide to flip-flop.
Right, exactly.
And like we have a good like barometer on those that are use, like, do all of them have business licenses and are legal and like we could track them?
I think that would be up to our building department to determine the use of the building.
Okay.
But yeah, we would know if it was commercially operated versus residential, most likely.
Thank you. Councilor Stites.
I was just gonna.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Cool. I just had a quick question. What if those 50 properties, what if they wanted to build an ADU? Could we just have them apply for a zoning change or something like that to, like I think Mr. Holmes said, like a mixed use or something like that? Is that something that's possible, that maybe we don't pass it for these commercial buildings now, but if they want one later on, they could apply for a zoning change?
I think that's a possibility. I mean, in a lot of these cases, I think we would be able to recommend a zone change, but it is a property by property, it's case by case. I wouldn't want to make a blanket determination, especially for those that are more embedded in the neighborhood where MUN may not be appropriate, but maybe R something could be. But that,
Okay.
so yes, the answer is yes, but I think it would be very case by case. And not
I
in
think,
all cases either.
Okay, that makes sense. I think for me right now, I would say that if we could leave these ones off, and then I think, like Ms. Holding said, come back to it in the next couple months as we have further discussion on it, because I do think that with our commercial corridors, there's probably a better use at some point for some of those, but I mean, obviously it's their property, but you know, I don't know that we want to make it so that those are forever residential properties. So I think we do want to protect our neighborhoods, but that is definitely a commercial area. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hulteen, and then Councilor Dozman.
Oh, thank you. I was actually going to try and get to a consensus, so if you have something else to add, Ms. Dozman.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a quick comment that if we're going to be discussing this at a later time, I think, you know, the semantics actually matters. And so it would say, this says, the alternative approach is to allow ADUs as an accessory use to all single-unit homes regardless of zoning. This would include not only the single-unit homes in residential, agricultural, MUN, and new PRD districts, but it would also include any existing single-unit home in commercial districts. And so that's like the verbiage that I'm trying to wrap my head around, is there are other single-unit homes, even if they're not operating as a primary residential use, they exist, and therefore they would count in the language that we have written here, in my mind.
Yeah, I think the intent of that language was just any existing single unit home that is residential.
Okay.
I think any other interpretation would require us to kind of determine based on the building type, and make a determination that even though it's used commercially, we think it was a single unit home. And I think that's a tough area for us to make that interpretation. I mean, it could be that it was built in that fashion because that was their desired design, but it in fact has been commercial for decades or even forever.
Councilor Weaver.
My comment was that I agree with Councilor Stites and with the idea that we deal with these a little bit later so we can move on to the other things. Thank you.
Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for a consensus that we move forward with the original intent, that we reach consensus, and that we address these 50 units at another time when we're looking at what we'd like to see happen with our commercial corridors.
So consensus is to
The zoning district
By
approach.
zone district.
Yep.
Okay.
Great, that was really helpful.
Okay. Well, we got through number one.
Number one, number two. This one is, I thought number one would be an easier one. This might actually be another not easy one, or maybe it is. The owner occupancy requirement and prohibition on separate sale. So we did get consensus from City Council to require that either the primary dwelling unit or the ADU to be occupied by the property owner, which would then allow the other unit to be rented out or to be occupied by another family member. And this is typical of Front Range cities, and this is usually determined based on their legal and permanent residence, so voter registration, vehicle registration. There's precedent. Denver does this exact same thing, and these are typically produced at time of building permit application. We're not making a recommendation here, but the point of this discussion topic was really to let everyone know about evolving best practice around this and just what other cities are doing beyond Colorado. So Colorado is a little bit, I don't want to say the word behind because that implies how I feel about it, but I think Colorado's approach is different than a lot of other states that have been more at the forefront of ADU legislation, where these are not actually requirements, in that owner occupancy requirements can potentially make financing and building ADUs difficult, and they can also be challenging to track and enforce. And some states have actually prohibited that practice statewide, and the AARP also does not recommend that approach. So there's what Colorado does and what Wheat Ridge is proposing to do in one camp, and then kind of this evolving best practice throughout the rest of the country, or at least in some states. But that said, the ordinance would need to include the provision, regardless of where you land on owner occupancy, that the ADU cannot be sold separately from the primary dwelling unit. that's really important to include, and that would be as part of a deed restriction, which runs with the land. So if someone new buys the property, they would still not be able to sell the ADU separately. That would essentially be an illegal subdivision. It wouldn't be allowed. And wherever council lands on the owner occupancy requirement, that could also be included in the same deed restriction. So again, it runs with the land. So the question is, based on all that information, would you still like to move forward with the owner occupancy requirements in addition to what is already necessary, which is that prohibition on separate sale?
Ms. Nosler-Beck?
I really appreciated how this was all laid out. And I just really appreciated the component here with some feedback from AARP and why they don't support this with the owner occupancy. I think one of the reasons that we've been talking about ADUs and what we've been hearing from folks just in that last presentation from Let's Talk Wheat Ridge is we need more options and we need to have some flexibility in this space. And I think that by not necessarily going with some of the more restrictive practices like you mentioned, Scott, like Denver, but moving forward with the best practices is a really great way for Wheat Ridge to be on the forefront of this. And we are, I don't want to say behind the 8 ball like on this, but we are in having these this ordinance on the books, and so the one positive in that is that we can get creative and find ways to make this more accessible and less cumbersome for our residents. And also, when it comes to the sale of homes and the financial burden, we have to do everything we can do in this housing market. So thanks.
Thank you, Councilor Ohm.
Thank you, Mayor. As we're charting into new waters, I think it'd be good if we did have the owner occupied. We're lucky to have some data from the Let's Talk about how, like, my particular district feels about ADUs. But I think as we start something new, I think it might be a good idea to have the owner occupied and get some feedback, and things could change down the road where maybe that wouldn't be necessary. As far as trying to track and change, subsequent owners of that property, perhaps we could look at something that the city of Fort Collins does with when you sell a house, the owner and the buyer have to sign a document that says that this will not be no more than 3 more like unrelated people, will be renting out this piece of property. Because the issue was because of the college town, Boulder might have something similar, but it's the owner and the buyer both have to sign this piece of paper, and so there's no illusion of how many people are going to be renting, because it was a problem in the neighborhoods where you had too many people living and you had too many cars. And so that's kind of my point, is perhaps we could, I know it's a little more detail for staff in the city, but that'd be a way that we could possibly track and change where you might have this type of paper that would follow the buyer and the seller. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor Hoppy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. When we first looked at this, and we also had the recommendation from AARP to not make it owner occupied. I think that and for me personally, I would rather go with like the national standard. However, we are here to listen to our community, and in our resident survey, there was very much a majority to require owner occupied in the survey, in the questions very specifically asked. And so I think that it's important for us to keep that in mind, that for this to fit the outfit of our community, how does it look? Like when we were looking at short-term rental, regulations, there was definitely some stuff that was not standard national practice, but it was stuff that we did because it fit our community and the makeup of our community. So I think that we need to keep the owner-occupied piece in there. I understand that it's not the national standard, but I think that it's something that's important to our community, that we keep that.
Thank you. Councilor Dozeman?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As we had discussed in our previous study session regarding ADUs, I've always kind of been apprehensive about regulating ADUs and requiring an owner occupancy requirement. And with the Let's Talk Wheat Ridge facts and figures that they gave us, that 50% of our city is rentals and then 70% of District 4 is rentals. I think that kind of lends to at least tipping my opinion in allowing for properties to not, or ADUs to not be owner occupied. So many of our houses are already rentals, and I think that if we're talking about affordable housing and the need in our community, then we really need to be addressing better uses and to allow, especially decent homeowners that are landlords as well, to build ADUs and allow for an additional renter. I think that would be beneficial. However, Ms. Hoppy, or Councilmember Hoppy, I do agree that our surveys have indicated a preference for owner occupancy, so this might be something that, in order for our community to stomach bringing ADUs and regulating ADUs, that we maybe look at that at a later time. But I have felt strongly that we should be at the forefront of this conversation, and I've wanted this on an agenda since I was elected the first time in 2017. And so I'm concerned that maybe we are kind of passing a lot of legislation that we're having to revisit fairly quickly because of the changing demographics, and I don't want this to be another situation like that. We've seen that with the noise ordinance. Now we're talking about addressing ADUs and commercial properties at a later time, and so for me, in order to avoid that in the future, I think that maybe we should reconsider our owner occupancy requirement.
Thank you. Councilor Hutchinson?
Thank you, Mayor. I support owner occupied for the primary resident. I am very concerned about what this is going to do to neighborhoods. Not all landlords are good landlords. So, and also they would be absent. They don't see what's going on. So I'm concerned about the neighborhoods that are already there. And when ADUs first came up, it was about having a place for your, older child that can't afford somewhere, or for your parents or whatever. They're going to turn into short-term rentals. I don't know, because I can just see the writing. We're opening a can of worms here, and if there is not some type of, watching what's going on, and the person to do that, I would think, would be the owner of the primary residence, to see what's going on in the accessory dwelling unit. So, I can already see it. I hear what you're saying, like, oh, it's going to be great and all these kinds of things. We went through the deal with short-term rentals for a long time. And this is about making money. And also having an accessory dwelling unit, because people are having a hard time affording where they live. So I am in support of owner occupied for the primary residence. Thank you.
If we were to go the other way and not have owner occupied, would that be an incentive to have more rental housing? Would then people buy a house or take the house that I have and say, well, I can now build an ADU and turn my house into a rental, and so you'd have two rental properties on one property?
Possibly. I don't want to speculate about that in Wheat Ridge, but in communities, and again, we're not taking a position on this, we just wanted to present kind of updated information. Mm-hmm. In communities that have no owner occupancy requirements and kind of are more permissive, ADU production is much higher. So there is definitely a correlation between requirements like this that are potentially more onerous and actual production of housing.
Do you know, as they've done that, have their rental, the percentage of rental properties to owner-occupied properties changed significantly?
I'm not sure about that. ADUs are really a drop in the bucket compared to all housing types.
Okay. I want to make sure that Councilor Stites got in the conversation.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you kind of asked my question there a little bit too, but I was just going to say that it seems like somebody with a little bit of money here can buy up quite a few properties, put 2 houses on one without going through any rezoning or division. And basically now you've got 2 rentals on one property, and you could do that several times. Is that right?
That could be a possibility.
Okay. I think I would definitely support, at least for now, owner occupied. And then, if it's going great, cool, we can look at it. But again, I think like Ms. Hutchins said, I don't know that this was exactly, we wanted to build a whole new rental market out there. I think this was more for people's older families and whatnot. So I'm going to support the owner occupied for now. Thank you.
Councilor Hulteen?
I was going to ask for consensus, but it looks like Ms. Nasserbeck has something to say.
I just wanted, thanks, Councilor Hulteen. I just wanted to offer up another scenario of how this could also play out. Personally, I have parents who are retired, and and they're looking to sell their home, and they could sell their home right now for $1 million because the housing market is crazy. And it's not a fancy house. It's not what you would think $1 million house is. If they had built an ADU, they wouldn't be able to do what they are planning to do in this scenario, which is they're planning to rent out their home and move out, and so it would not be owner occupied. And if they had an ADU, which they don't have an ADU in their backyard right now, but they wouldn't be able to do that scenario in their retirement. They would have to sell their home, or not have a renter in their ADU, or could they have a renter in their main residence, but not
Sure.
the ADU?
Sure,
Okay.
you can rent.
I mean,
You can either, the owner could occupy the main structure or the accessory structure. That's correct?
That's correct. I see what you're saying, though. I mean, it would take a certain type of buyer for a property to want to buy a property with an ADU if they knew they were going to have to live there. And that's not for everyone.
But a new owner wouldn't have to use the ADU, right? They could just leave it vacant.
No.
Councilor Hulteen?
I'm going to go ahead and ask for consensus on this. We have an indicated majority of council members who support retaining the owner-occupied provision. And I'll just say that, standing alone, I agree. I think I would prefer to not have it because we have a need for affordable housing in our community, and this is one way of bringing it about. However, I do feel like we have a pretty clear voice from our community that has indicated this is their comfort level. And I just want to speak to, one of my constituents came in and gave comment on this topic and, was saying we're just changing the zoning code to, we're just changing it and making something illegal legal. And, we change our zoning code all the time. We're going to be talking about bulk planning again here. And we revisit our zoning code all the time because our community is changing. And I think especially, and it was really sensitive to Ms. Dozman's comments about revisiting a lot of our policies in somewhat short order. But I think when we're doing something for the first time and it's this complicated, I think that's really healthy. And we heard earlier from our Let's Talk that we can learn a lot. So I'm really open to starting with this more restrictive approach. And if we're finding that revisiting that is creating housing opportunities or, meeting our community's needs, that we can do that. So I'd like to ask for a consensus that we retain our owner-occupied requirement.
And how do the folks online vote?
Yes, in favor.
Okay, looks like we have consensus then to require owner occupancy. Mr. Ohm.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I just had one last comment. There could be possibly another option that would be akin to the short-term rental, where the city could craft it such that the owner could have, just like the short-term rental, the owner could have one property that would not be owner-occupied, just one. Just so that would eliminate, because that's what we do with the short-term rentals, right? So you can have one property that's not owner-occupied, and then if you want to buy, you can buy one more, but that would have to be owner-occupied. And so then that might give you a little flexibility.
Excuse me, go to number 3.
Sure. This one hopefully is more simple. It's
Well, hope so.
regarding parking. I know I am. So at the last meeting, council's consensus was to require one additional off-street parking space for properties with ADUs, but council also asked staff to look into flexible models or codes for sites that may not be able to accommodate on-site parking. And in this case, there are already sections in our zoning code that allow for flexibility based on existing conditions. Urban gardens, for example, may require on-site parking if there's not adequate on-street parking for adjacent streets. And in this case, our code actually defines what that is, which is there's curb and gutter adjacent to the property. So, or that's like wide enough to accommodate a vehicle. So that's staff's discretion, but essentially that's not a lot of the city, and there are some areas, especially East Wheat Ridge, with formal curb, gutter, and sidewalk that could potentially not require parking space for urban gardens. And so our question is, for example, for areas with established on-street parking with adjacent curb and gutter, would council consider eliminating the on-site parking requirements for newer existing ADUs and follow the approach of urban gardens? And like I said, this is mostly in East Wheat Ridge. They're limited in lot size and are alley loaded, so a lot of times it would be really difficult for properties to add an additional parking space. And requiring off-street parking for all properties without flexibility could potentially limit the development of ADUs in these areas, which is why we're recommending this flexible approach. Also wanted to point out that our parking requirements for single unit homes is pretty high compared to surrounding communities. For areas with no on-street parking, so no curb and gutter, we require 4 off-street spaces, and most surrounding communities are at 2 or less. So our parking requirements are already high. Adding an additional 5th parking space would make them even higher. But like I said, we're still recommending a flexible approach where we ask for the parking first unless there's a condition that would preclude it.
Thank you. Councilor Hoppy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. After I read the memo, I knew our parking requirements were higher than most of our surrounding areas. I didn't realize how high they were. And so, me personally, I think that we should just delete the parking requirement in total.
Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you. Yeah, we do have a high parking requirement. I will say sometimes it's still nowhere near enough, but I agree. I think I agree with Ms. Hoppy. I think the parking requirement is unnecessary in this instance. It's incredibly difficult to enforce for our neighbors who don't have ADUs, and creates a burden that I think, again, I'd like to remove as many burdens and really support ADUs to work with our community. And we hear a lot of times in this room that people are complaining because people are parking on the street, but the street is public space. And I think, if the more parking we require, the less affordable our housing is. So I support removing the parking requirement entirely.
Councilor Rome.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm in favor of giving staff whatever the flexibility they need. So if they feel that, to ask first and then see where they're at, I'm in total support of that instead of just mandating a strict number. So flexibility is what I'm looking for staff.
Thank you. Councilor Hutchinson.
Thank you, Mayor. Not all neighborhoods have cars parking on the street. So if you have a ADU, and how many places really have just one car? I mean, many places have two, four, whatever. So I'm thinking about the existing neighborhood, the people who are living there, and I have concerns about that. If you're going to build an ADU, I feel that there should be parking spaces, if able, for those cars to be. They're not going to just have one car. Then they have company. Then they have parties, or they have whatever. And not every neighborhood has cars parked on the street. So I'm just thinking of the neighborhoods. I think just doing a blanket thing about when you say curb and gutter, not every neighborhood has that. You know, they don't even have sidewalks. So it's a safety issue also, people walking in the street, kids, bike riders, things like that. So it can be a safety issue. I think there should be some requirement for parking if you're going to spend all the money to do an ADU. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Nosler back.
This is a question for Ken or Scott, and I know we met earlier this week, and I was asking you a lot of questions, but this is another one. The 4 parking spaces, does that include your, like if you have a 2-car garage, are those 2-car garage spaces, are those considered parking spaces? Or are they 4 parking spaces on like your driveway pad?
The garages count towards the total.
Okay, thank you.
And can you explain the difference between the curb and gutter, where we have curb and gutter, and the parts of the city that don't have curb and gutter? Because there's a lot of that too. How does that impact whether you can park on the street or not?
So the way our code distinguishes it is for houses with established on-street parking, so with curb and gutter, there's just 2 off-street spaces required. But for a lot of the city, we don't have that, and so that's when the requirement is for 4. So there are, I mean, I guess that's more of an engineering question. I mean, there's places with curb and gutter where we allow street parking, and then there's places that are kind of unimproved and it's more informal. But isn't street parking allowed pretty much everywhere unless there's a sign that says not to?
Yeah, I mean, there's probably a lot of different scenarios to play out. I mean, I think, you know, a typical local street section with curb and gutter in East Wheat Ridge, you know, definitely has on-street parking. But I think there are also scenarios in the city where we don't have curb and gutter, but there's still adequate right-of-way and physical space to safely park. So I agree with Scott. I think it really would be an engineering question to evaluate the street. I mean, it could be that they have an established shoulder that's maintained with gravel, so it's an appropriate surface to park on. So there's probably a handful of different scenarios out there, but I think we'd evaluating based on the engineering safety aspects of being able to park a vehicle.
And your recommendation that staff sort of make those kind of decisions on a case-by-case basis is sort of based on that analysis? Thank you. Councilor Hoppy.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess my question is, if we get rid of the parking requirement in total, like it's not attached to the ADU, parking requirements still go with the property though. So it's not that there will be 0 parking requirements, it's that it just will go along with the property. So if the property is required 2 off-street parking spaces, the property still has to have 2 off-street parking spaces, right?
That's correct, yeah.
So, again, I guess my suggestion would be that we get rid of it completely.
Councilor Stites, I didn't know whether you had raised your hand on that or not, but I didn't want to skip you.
Oh, thanks, sir. I would support the staff having the flexibility, but I do think that as you're building a whole new house, and most people are already using all the parking spots that they have anyway, you should probably have a spot for the person that's going to live in that house. So I do support staff having flexibility in the places where there's no possibility to have that parking spot. But I do think that if possible, we should still require it, because I think Ms. Weaver and I probably get 5 calls, 10 calls a month of people pissed about somebody parking on a street somewhere. So, and I know it's legal, but it's still an issue, and it's still annoying for all the neighbors. And we've heard that a few times, that the people who live here, and so we should support those people too. So I would support having some sort of parking requirement, but giving the staff the flexibility to do what they need to with that. Thank you.
Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you. If we were to kind of take this more general flexibility approach, instead of mandating that there's curb and gutter, how would that be memorialized in this? If we're saying it's at the discretion of staff to decide whether additional parking would be required?
If it's beyond just curb and gutter, I mean, I think our recommendation was in areas without curb and gutter, the flexibility would apply. I mean, I think we'd need some more direction from you all of what other factors might need to be in play. For example, lot size. If you have a really small lot, you may not be able to add a parking space just based on where the house already is. So we'd look for you to give us more direction on what other factors might be in play. And that of course, then makes things more complicated too.
Yeah. Because, I mean, when I read this, one other thing I thought of, I was like, you know, on my block, there's literally like curb and gutter in front of one house, and then not curb and gutter in front of the next house, and then 2 houses down, there's curb and gutter again. And so what is I think are we talking about, I think it gets really complicated, because there's curb and gutter in front of that house, but the neighbor might not have it. So I think it's even just curb and gutter requirements becomes less clear cut than any of us would like it to be. And so, I mean, I hear that people would like it to be a requirement. I don't know how to come up with something that's flexible. So I would still support just removing it as a requirement. And if we hear later that we have too many people parking in neighborhoods, we can bring it up, and it probably is dealing with rentals and a whole bunch of other issues. I doubt that this one issue is going to impact that more than I can just say in my neighborhood, there's plenty of residents who've lived there for a long time who could use some more parking. So anyway, so I support that we remove it all altogether, because I think anything else is going to get really granular and hard to do.
Councilor Rowland.
Thank you, Mayor. Just one quick question. So you could have a large lot on cul-de-sac, but the linear foot of that curb and gutter would be very small, which wouldn't really support. So the only way I could see applying anything would be on not to complicate things, but a linear foot of the property. That would be the most kind of straightforward approach of like, well, how many cars can I really put around? Like, I live in a corner, so I can park a lot of cars, but if I had a cul-de-sac, curb and gutter, I've lived in a cul-de-sac, and I'm hard pressed to, put one in front of my property.
Councilor Dozman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also support removing this requirement, given the fact that we require a larger amount of parking spaces already in our code. And I will say, like, I live near a multifamily unit, and even though they have ample parking, a whole parking lot behind them, a majority of them park in the front of the complex as well as in front of my home. And so that takes up spaces in front of my house, and although it can be frustrating and annoying, it's public space. And as long as they don't park in my driveway, or in front of my driveway, then they're not breaking the law.
Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you. I'd like to ask for consensus that we remove the parking requirement from this ordinance.
Okay, this is a consensus to remove the parking requirement from the ordinance. I see 3, 4, 5. Okay. That's barely a consensus. Let's go on to item number 4.
All right, thank you. We can always skip this one. So this is really the big topic, and this is, we got consensus at the last meeting to allow pathways for legitimizing legal nonconforming or unsanctioned dwelling units into legal ADUs.
Excuse me, Scott, do you mind if would this be a good time maybe to take a quick break before we dive into this one, since it might be lengthy?
I was going to take a break at 8:30. That would be 2 hours, so if you think you can make it, we'll get this one done before then. Or we'll take a break.
Okay, sorry.
15 minutes, Scott?
We'll try. Yeah, so we got consensus to allow pathways to legitimize legal nonconforming or unsanctioned dwelling units into legal ADUs. And this would allow potentially existing accessory structures or portions of the home to be renovated or reconstructed into an ADU. That's part of the new ordinance. Council did request more information, but gave the direction to provide flexibility where possible to encourage property owners to get into compliance and obtain the proper permits. And we're making a recommendation pretty similar to Council's direction, but we did provide a lot of additional information below in the memo, but also as that separate attachment, the ADU approvals examples. And there were 5 different examples in that memo. Examples 1 and 2 are really what a new ADU would look like, and those are fairly straightforward. Example 3 is what a legally non-conforming existing ADU would look like. Example 4 is an unsanctioned or illegal ADU. And then 5, there's always going to be some unique circumstance. So that's what we were able to modify the existing ADU checklist into, was that attachment that provided all of those different examples. And it would then allow that staff to classify what type of ADU we're looking at and then determine what zoning or building code requirements would need to be applied. So the easiest one is if substantial evidence appears to support that the dwelling is legitimate, then it could likely get ADU status, legal ADU status without modifications. And that would be that example number 3, where we're looking at what the applicant has provided to us. We're doing our own archival research, and then we can just make that determination. At that time, they would then execute that covenant, which we now know will include the owner occupancy requirement and the prohibition on separate sale, and then they get a certificate of occupancy. That's fairly straightforward. So this is where it gets a little bit more difficult, which is if there's insufficient evidence to determine that a dwelling unit is legitimate, no permits were ever obtained for the work to convert it, then the ADU ordinance requirements may or may not need to be met, and permits would be required to require them to obtain a new certificate of occupancy. And this is the example number 4 in that approvals checklist. So in this case, we've already determined that it's not legitimate. There's no permits or anything like that. And so then this is really where the discussion begins. So before we would turn it over to the building department, which is its own thing, wanted to talk to you firstly about, we'll have an ADU ordinance. Does council want all or some of those requirements to be met in order to legitimize an existing but unsanctioned unit? And so in that ordinance, the list that's in the first half of the memo, that's size, setback, height, parking, but it may be difficult for someone to meet those requirements if there's a structure that's already too large or violates a setback or height. So council has the discretion to waive some of those requirements, and that's what we're recommending, is to provide some of that relief. So not requiring that all new ADU requirements be met in order to have an existing structure get into compliance and get a CO. And then we'll pause there and talk about that first, and then we'll get into kind of the building department recommendations.
Can I just ask for you to clarify legitimacy? So I did see in here that we don't have building permits from before 1969. So potentially it could be built before 1969. We would not have the permit. It's a illegal, non-conforming. I mean, like, where does legitimacy lie in there?
Yeah, and part of that is from the original ADU checklist that we looked at the last time. There are other examples. For example, it was built in 1920. It was originally part of the house. We have records showing that it's always been occupied as a residence, or we've recognized it as a carriage house through other, just property research. The county recognizes it as a legitimate structure. There's, potentially utility permits for that building. So there's other ways besides permitting data that we could still determine that something was legal. We could even look at satellite images or old photography and just be able to tell. But it is a very case by case thing.
So something that's not legitimate would be something that somebody built, maybe 10 years ago in their backyard, kind of under the radar. Nobody really figured it out. That's an illegitimate structure. Right?
That's one example, yes.
Okay, great.
What we're calling unsanctioned in the memo, just for reference.
Councilor Ohm.
Thank you, Mayor. I have one question. Is a basement considered an attached ADU?
Yes.
So I see here that it talks about, all building requirements could be met for attached unsanctioned. It says you'd have to have fire separation between units. So what is the equality between you have a house, it has a basement, they convert the basement into an ADU before it's legal, versus somebody's just renting out their bottom of the basement, but it doesn't have a stove, and so it's basically somebody's still living down there, but they don't have that fire separation.
Yeah, and that's actually the next discussion item about the building department requirements, because that's a building code issue. That's not a zoning code. I will say, if there's not cooking facilities or separation, then that's just part of the main house, and that's already permitted. So, someone could have a wet bar in their basement. They could have another bedroom down there and have essentially a tenant in there, but that's not considered a separate dwelling unit. A separate dwelling unit is that fire separation, that separate entrance, and a full kitchen.
Councilor Hoppy.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. So to answer your first question then, Scott, what you're looking for is, do we like the way that staff is suggesting that we address these incidences, and we will talk about the things about the building division, electrical, fire separation, that kind of stuff next?
Yes.
I
Yeah,
say,
it's zoning,
I do
zoning
like
first,
this.
then building.
I do like the way you're looking at the zoning. Support it.
Councilor Dozman.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So when will we be discussing that further?
It's just the next.
It's just the next one?
Yeah, so
Okay.
the next part of the memo.
The next topic,
yeah.
okay. So I guess, when former council member Urban and I asked for this to be on the agenda, we initially wanted to separate and first address existing non-conforming ADUs, which now we're calling unsanctioned, correct?
Yes, so there's two groups of these existing. There's the legal non-conforming, which we have kind of maybe already determined that are out there, or ones that are based on evidence that could be provided, could be legalized very easily, whereas this number 4 category, the unsanctioned, is that other group which was never permitted, or we don't have evidence to support that it's at this time a sanctioned dwelling unit.
So my concern with the unsanctioned ADUs and bringing them into some sort of compliance is that some of these that are listed, electrical upgrades to comply with the current code, fire separation, separate or split HVAC. I mean, some of these are very costly, and I'm not sure that it would be necessary to bring them into the current code if they're still safe and habitable. So I guess my question is, how much relief or how much discretion would staff have to give relief to those unsanctioned ADUs?
And that's, I kind of want to talk about the zoning requirements first. Those aren't zoning requirements, that's building code.
Okay.
So in the unsanctioned, if you're looking at example 4, we're on number 3 right now. Sorry, example 4,
I'm lost.
number 3.
Number 4, just,
Because that's a different issue. That's a building code issue where a lot of those probably couldn't be waived, but we're talking about the zoning requirements right now. So what's going to be included in the ADU ordinance, like the maximum size of 1,000 square feet, the setbacks, the height of 25 feet, parking. And then, yeah, I think that's a more complicated issue, the building code stuff.
Councilor Hulteen?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I definitely support including the relief in the code, the zoning code for this. I think, the intentions behind the new ADUs is we're bringing in something new to our community, but this discussion is about existing buildings that have been existing and where they're placed on the lot, and a lot of those zoning regulations that should inform new construction. I want maximum flexibility to be able to legitimize existing buildings that, are on people's property and should be maintained, and as long as they're safe, and I realize we're talking about building code next, but as far as zoning regulations, maximum relief definitely has my support.
Councilor Dozeman?
I would agree, and I think that we're going to find that a lot of these, like looking back at the historical information, that many of these probably won't be legitimate, or we won't have information because it predates 1969. But I think that, especially if a property owner took ownership after, some sort of improvement or illegal dwelling unit or non-conforming dwelling unit was built, and they bought it after the fact, they shouldn't be penalized for somebody who did that prior to them taking ownership of the property. And so I think maximum relief in that and discretion on staff would be the best case scenario.
All right, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Do I hear Councilor Stites or Councilor Weaver, any input you all want to make in this discussion? I don't have you on a continual screen, so I've got to ask.
No, Mr. Mayor, I'm good with staff's recommendations on that. Thank you.
Okay, Councilor Hulteen?
Thank you. I'd like to ask for consensus that staff, or that council supports staff recommendation to include relief in the code to avoid individual variance requests.
Okay. There's a consensus for that. Terrific. Right on time. We're going to take a little break. We'll be back here at 20 minutes until 9 and just finish up these last few items. Lights on, so let's go ahead and reconvene our meeting.
They're getting loud.
No, everybody's calmed down. So, how do I do that? Okay, all right. Terrific. So we had, if I believe, completed item number 4, and we're going on to item number 5. Oh, 4.5, okay.
4B.
Well, we went to a different page here, so I guess, is this on attachment 2 that we're on 4?
Page 5 of the memo,
All right,
bottom
page
of the
5.
page.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. So the second half of this discussion about the legal nonconforming and unsanctioned dwelling units is regarding the building code requirements. So typically when we're looking at permits and reviewing them, the planning division or the zoning code, we look at those requirements first, and then the building department review is next. And met with the building division, and they've noted that in order to kind of create a legal ADU out of what is there today, there are a lot of requirements that would have to be met that are related to the building code. And this is not just the city of Wheat Ridge's building code, but we've adopted, I believe, the international building codes. So that would include potentially electrical upgrades to comply with current codes, energy compliance to the extent feasible, and adequate egress. And then for attached, those in basements or additions, fire separation between the units, and potentially split or separate HVAC systems. And from a building code standpoint, the building department noted that it would be more challenging to legitimize attached units versus detached units because of that fire separation requirement. And that's a building code requirement. That's not just a zoning code or Wheat Ridge requirement. That's true across pretty much, according to them, that's what it takes to create a separate legal dwelling unit. So obviously that poses some challenges for legitimizing basement units in particular, but there are some options which I did not actually talk about in this, but essentially if fire separation or separate HVAC could not be completed to convert into an ADU, the living space may still be able to be retained as part of the primary structure. So that example that was brought up earlier about a basement bedroom with a wet bar, but it's not a separate unit, that still could be allowed. But in order to make it a legal separate accessory dwelling unit, that fire separation would need to be in place. And obviously that does not apply to a detached structure. So there's not really a lot that the city could potentially do about this. I mean, these are just building code requirements. So that could potentially be the biggest challenge, is just making some of those upgrades to the property.
Councilor Hoppe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will have to say, out of all the things that were called out in here, I do think that fire separation and adequate egress are number one of importance. Energy compliance, well, I realize that that's a building code requirement. And yes, you know, maybe some of these older ones, you can, you know, pop holes in them and spray foam in the walls. You can lay down maybe some bats in the attic to try to help with that. But to be able to come up to our complete energy compliance probably wouldn't work for most of them. But the one that was the worst for me was the electrical upgrades to comply with current code. A lot of our homes in Wheat Ridge already don't comply with our electrical code. So I guess, and I understand that public safety is the driving factor for this, and kind of what the building division is looking at is like, where do we find the most unsafe things, and old electrical is one of them. So so my question is, could we potentially have a third-party inspection for a deficiency or potential hazards, and if they find deficiency or potential hazards, that those would have to be completed for them to become a sanctioned ADU. Or, because I guess my concern is that it can be very old electrical, but it's not unsafe. But we need someone to tell us if it's unsafe. Like, we need someone to tell us if it's not unsafe. And so my question is, do you think that we, instead of doing electrical upgrades to comply with current code, so they would have to upgrade all of their electrical if it was, you know, let's say it was built before 69, we found that it's an actual legitimate ADU, it's been there forever, but we're gonna now make them bring their electrical up to current code, where even the main house probably isn't up to current electrical code. So could we have a third-party inspector to find any deficiencies or potential hazards? And if they find none, then we could certify it after that.
A couple things on that. So first, this is again just that example number 4 of the unsanctioned ADUs. So these are not the ADUs that we could easily recognize as being allowed. These are ones that were illegally converted. They're not necessarily the historic properties that have been around forever, but we have evidence to support that they're an ADU. These are ones that are unsanctioned and have been kind of converted over time. And the second point is that we're actually proposing to require a courtesy inspection up front before any of these determinations are made. And that's why we use the word may in the memo. So electrical upgrades may be required, but generally are necessary. So if an inspector goes in and the electrical work was done in 2020, there might actually be that many requirements met. But we are proposing to require a courtesy inspection to review the existing improvements for compliance with codes, and the inspector would then make the determination whether work would need to be done, essentially, at that point. And that is number.
So they would determine if the electrical is dangerous.
Correct.
Or has deficiencies. And if it doesn't, then they're not automatically required to bring it up to current code.
I don't know, I don't want to speak for the building department on that, but they would make the determination of what would need to be done at the time of inspection.
Councilor Ohm.
Thank you, Mayor. Does the set of the building division criteria, does this same set of criteria also apply to short-term rentals?
Well, so I guess a short-term rental could operate in someone's house. So
Right.
no, it doesn't.
Like it could apply to, there could be a short-term rental that's in a basement that has, a stove, everything. It's the exact same as, say, an ADU in a basement. It's just two different labels. And so what I'm asking is it equally, they're both dwelling units.
A short-term rental is not a dwelling unit, though. It's operating within a dwelling unit. An accessory dwelling unit is its own separate, and it needs some sort of, I guess, a certificate of occupancy to determine whether it's legitimate or not. So they're actually separate in that sense. I'm just pointing out and passing along what the building department told us would be possibilities, and the electrical upgrades, the energy compliance, egress, ceiling heights, those are all a list of things that they said may apply based on that inspection. But I don't want to say that each one would apply in every case.
Is there and I'll get to Mrs. Hulteen in a moment, is this where you would, in the code, say what's required for an ADU? I mean, the building code asks about, regular dwelling units. Is it the same requirements for an ADU as it would be for a dwelling, any other dwelling?
For the most part, yes. And just so everyone is aware, the building code requirements that I'm talking about right now are not they wouldn't be in the ADU ordinance. This is just making you all aware of what potentially would have to happen from the building code side of things in order to make some of these. The zoning is easy. You've already told us that, in the example a lot of the zoning code requirements won't need to apply, but I'm informing you all of the more challenging aspects of building code that apply to ADUs, to apply to single-family homes. They apply across the board.
How much of the utilities can be shared by the main structure and the accessory dwelling unit? I mean, can they use the same electrical service, the same gas service, the same water service, same sanitary service, the same heating plant, and those types of things? Or is it a separate, are all those separated, or is it part and part?
That would be up to the discretion of the individual districts, but typically, at least in the examples I've seen, ADUs use the same utility connections as the primary structure, but they might, have a separate sub-meter or a separate HVAC system, but they would typically, not all the time, use the same water tap, same sewer tap, same electrical, but not always. And it would be up to the districts based on fixtures and other things. But again, that would not be included in the ordinance. That's just something a district would require.
So we wouldn't, so would the building department refer this out to the districts to see water and sewer?
Right. Any new construction already goes to the districts for review.
And so the electrical and the gas, if they were using the same, I guess the same utility, that it's between the landlord and his tenant to make that, those arrangements, I guess?
Yes, and more often, at least we've worked a lot with Arvada or used a lot of their information. Electrical is more often split than not because you'll want to know, what your tenant is using for electricity. But in order to get a new electrical meter, that's much more affordable than a new water tap, and is often not required by the districts.
Right. And I think ideally we'd want a separate electrical service, so a separate unit has access to their own panel should they blow a circuit, and be able to not have to go into another unit. So that would generally be something that would be required. Same thing with HVAC. Generally, you'd want a separate system, or at least separate controls of that shared system.
Okay.
To go back to some of the previous questions, I mean, this and the suggestion by Councilperson Hoppy, it's going to be tricky when we get into these unsanctioned ones, because there's really two layers of review from a building code standpoint. The first layer is, when was it built, and is it reasonably compliant with the codes under which it was built? And that's one set of questions. I mean, we wouldn't typically go in necessarily and trigger a full, as associated with the remodel. There are certain triggers for when you require they go to the new codes in terms of an existing structure. So that's the first level of review, and we have recommendations based on that. The second level is then what's triggered based on them wanting 2 units, right? And that's really where you get into the separate systems, the fire separation, the adequate egress. So you wouldn't necessarily, in my opinion, and we probably will need to continue these discussions after we get direction from council with our building division staff, but you wouldn't necessarily require a whole new electrical system if it was a house that was built in, let's just say, the 70s. But it's hard to ignore the fire separation for sure, and that'll can be a challenging requirement.
Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you. So I guess I need a little clarification on what you're seeking from us, because it sounds like what I'm hearing is that it's a lot of just discretion of the building code inspector. I mean, what guidance are you seeking from us?
The main guidance we're seeking now is kind of the last 2 bullet points of this section. So that is, the building code information was presented just to let you all know what it might take in the worst case scenario for a dwelling unit to be legitimized. And in some cases, it might not be able to. The ceiling height might be too low in the basement, and that it couldn't ever be a legal dwelling unit. But I think there are still some options to make that into a living space. It just couldn't be its own dwelling unit. So what we're asking for is, one, we're making the recommendation of providing a compliance window after the approval of the ordinance to obtain permits and a certificate of occupancy without penalty. So that's kind of addressing the fear of some folks that we're going after people or punishing people for coming forward, with at least making the attempt to make, get things into compliance. And then after a certain period of time, if we're aware of dwelling units that are not legitimate, then that's when we could take more punitive action, or just the standard practice of a stop work order or something like that. And that approach is recommended by the APA, the American Planning Association, and the AARP, just some sort of grace period. So we're asking whether you agree with that approach, and then I guess kind of more generally, do you agree with our recommendations about, well, I guess you've already kind of given us direction on that in terms of the zoning code recommendations.
So I guess my thoughts on this, and I'm just so aware when we're talking about these existing ones is, some of the issues that we're talking about, could have been remedied years ago if we had adopted an ordinance recognizing the property earlier. And so recognizing that, it would have been a different building code had they been able to be a legal ADU at that time. So again, I'm not entirely clear how much input you're going to take from us and gets passed on to building code, but like energy compliance to me seems, I love it. I'd love us all to be more energy efficient, but something like that just seems like it would be an owner's requirement. But things that deal with like safety seem, incredibly important. And, we want to preserve, we have some historic ADUs that are historic properties that we really value as part of our culture. So, to the maximum extent, we're able to be flexible while still, valuing the safety. That having been said, I definitely support giving a grace period for people so that we're able to work with people. Is there a possibility of this particular group of ADUs being able to come forward to like the Board of Adjustment or something to make a case for any of these non-compliances to get variances?
Are you asking about the building code specifically?
Yes.
I'll let
Yes.
Ken take that one.
There's not, is the quick answer. Board of Adjustment has jurisdiction over zoning requirements. The Building Code Advisory Board has jurisdiction over appeals of the chief building official, but it's not the same sort of appeal process like a variance where you're acknowledging that I want to ask for approval of a project that isn't going to comply with this requirement. That's not what the appeal process is before the Building Code Advisory Board. It's basically going to them and saying, I think the chief building official is interpreting this section of the code wrong. And I'm asking for an interpretation from that body. So that's a very different appeal. You couldn't just come in and say, well, I don't want to comply with the fire code or the fire separation requirement. You have to demonstrate to the Building Code Advisory Board that the chief building official is interpreting the fire separation requirement incorrectly.
Good. I have Councilor Dozeman and then Councilor Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I feel like the intent of this relief and discussing the non-conforming ADUs that exist in our community was really bringing them to light and allowing them for a space to be legitimized. And I'm not sure that we've met the mark here in encouraging that. When we're discussing like punitive or ramifications of illegitimate ones, then I think that it would be more conducive for the homeowner to kind of remain not necessarily in hiding, but not coming forward and out in the open. But I wonder if there's a mechanism of some sort that, whether it's through Local Works or another organization, where like if these are going to be really costly improvements to be conforming, if there is some sort of grant system or subsidies that we could offer to hopefully bring them into compliance. my concern is that they're not going to bring forth anything if we're requiring, cost prohibitive improvements.
Councilor Weaver?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do agree with what Councilor Dozman just said, and just to expand on that a little bit, I do think we need to create incentive for people to come forward, because even the electricity is, I want people to have safe living environments, as has been commented before. But, just as an example, at the farm, I have a second electrical drill and or an electrical panel for agricultural activities. And just getting that extra panel creates a whole set of review of, well, what is that electricity feeding, and what is the safety involved, and I'm just, it's almost like I'd like to see an example of one of these hypothetical non-conforming ADUs and what the realistic cost would be. Because I know what the cost was just to have a different, an extra electrical panel put in, and it was very expensive. And so having either a grant program or something, but as many of you know, we're talking about stuff that is in the tens of thousands of dollars to update when we're talking about electrical service and new panels and things like this. And I don't think that's going to be incentive enough for people to come forward if there's no opportunity for them to get some relief in or incentive for changing these. So it's almost like what is the city's priority as we tick down those, and what are we realistically expecting people to pay? Is it 25 grand? Is it 50 grand if they have to put in egress windows and update an electrical panel, and so that they have a realistic idea of having incentive to come forward. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilor Hoppy?
Scott, can I just clarify something really quick? What we're talking about with the building code piece is we're talking about the ones that are unsanctioned ADUs. That means we can't find anything that means not the ones that were maybe built before 1969 but have been existing forever, or these are the ones that maybe have been here for like 10 years, or somebody just put it in their basement 5 years ago, or these are not necessarily the historical type. And let me just be really clear, what we're calling historical probably doesn't have an actual historical designation, but the historical type ADUs. We're talking about the ones where we can find nothing on them, right?
That's correct. Yeah, this is the example 4 that we're talking about. So all those historic ones, if we have evidence that they're legitimate, none of this would apply to.
None of this applies. So I want to make sure everybody's clear on that piece.
So, and we don't have any idea of the number, just so everyone is aware. I mean,
Sure.
But imagine that this example number 4 is a pretty small number.
And so this is not something that was, built in the 50s before Wheat Ridge was incorporated, didn't have anything from the county, these are things that were probably pretty recent-ish that, within the last maybe 15 years or so that were done, just trying to be under the radar type stuff.
Generally, not necessarily all of the time, but I think generally.
Generally, thank you.
Yeah.
And so then now in general, what we're saying, and so one thing to keep in mind is that, sometimes people will remodel their own basement and do their own electrical. And so this is the type of, as I understand it now, these are the types of electrical things we're looking at when we go in to do the initial survey, and we say, oh, it appears as though this was built in the early 90s, And in the early 90s, electrically, it should live up to this level, and it is living up to this level. We're not saying, oh, it appears as though it was built in the early 90s, and now you're going to come up to 2022 electrical if there's 0 deficiencies there. If it's good, there's no deficiencies and no safety issues, then we're not just going to automatically make them come up to 2022.
Yeah, I think that's what I attempted to describe, and
Yeah.
maybe not well, but is that when we look at these existing buildings, we evaluate them as existing buildings first, and relative to general building, plumbing, mechanical, electrical code, and then second, we evaluate the fact that the secondary unit is unsanctioned and therefore needs to meet certain threshold requirements in terms of what it looks like to have 2 units.
Great. And so, and with that clear, oh, sorry, go ahead, Ken.
No, I just say, we had, this is one topic that we hadn't broached with council really much at all, right? So, we appreciate that this is our first opportunity and your first opportunity to really broach this. So, I think whatever direction we get from you this evening is something that we'll take back to our building division staff and continue to flesh this out with what we believe to be your intent coming out of this evening.
And so I guess I would say for that clarification, because I feel like what happened is everything got all lumped back into one, with the, existing non-conforming, but really we're talking about, we had already said in the zoning piece, first part of 4, we had already pulled those out separately. So now we are talking about the different separate pieces, and this only applies to one of those pieces. And then I see that you're asking for recommendations towards what would a compliance window look like, and then what would be considered a potential, if they don't comply, some potential fees. And so in the memo, it's, a certain period, 1 to 2 years, and if they don't do that, then a stop work order with double permit fees, which I think seems reasonable. And so I just want to be clear that a lot of the building code piece, we can't as council say they don't have to come up to the fire separation between the units. Like, we can't do that, right? And so I think that what we're doing is walking down a road and kicking rocks that are going to get us nowhere anyways. And so we should just move forward and start looking at like what staff is looking for the rest of this piece, which is what do we think a compliance window should be, and what do we think a potential fee should be if they don't get within the compliance, and then we can move on to discussion topic 5. And so my suggestion is 2 years, because I know that construction takes a long time. It's also kind of a short-staffed industry currently, and I think that a double permit fees is reasonable.
I have a
Councilor Hulteen.
Yeah, thanks. I have a question. So let's just say my hoard basement was something I decided people should try and live in with all the spiders. And so I was like, oh, I can go get a permit. So I call you and you come and you're like, what were you thinking, Rachel Hulteen? This is a terrible idea. Help me understand, like, what the stop work order means in that instance. Like, what would I be required? Like, let's say I'm like, oh, I'm not going to spend $20,000 bringing my basement up. What does stop order mean to me as a homeowner?
I think you can answer or not answer, but your existing basement is not finished as a second unit right now. Is that
Oh,
correct?
no, God, no.
Okay.
It's like really barely good for my Christmas decorations.
Okay. So I think the stop work order would be if someone came in and said, hey, I've got this situation. I've got what looks to me like an ADU. Based on our research of the records, we think it's unsanctioned. And this is what you'd need to do to bring it into building code compliance. We had that conversation in 2022, and 2 years later, you haven't applied for any building permits to either decommission it or to bring it up to compliance with what we identified were the issues that needed to be addressed to bring it into compliance. That's when we would entertain the notion of a stop work order and say, we identified some life safety issues that you've chosen either not to address or just not communicate with us as to their status. So we'd want to have a conversation and see what, if anything, was done. And that's when we'd use that stop work order tool. We used it infrequently.
So decommission it would mean like I'd have to take out the stove or whatever things were making it
Right.
habitable?
Yeah, so
Okay.
for instance, you and Scott described this, right? I mean, we could give you that list and you just say, I'd love to keep it, but I can't do all those things. And we'd say, okay, well then you need to make it not look like a separate unit by getting rid of something like typically the kitchen facility.
Okay, thank you.
Additional discussion. Councillor Nosler-Beck.
I think that this may get us a little off track here, but just as we're still discussing legal nonconforming and unsanctioned dwelling units, I'm wondering if for these existing units or ADUs, if we can revisit the owner-occupied component to the, non-conforming ADUs that are there, just because these are all potentially dwelling units that may be operating under that non-owner occupied situation right now. I realize that's not on the list of topics because that's what we just decided before we stepped into this piece, but I want to give it another go if we can, and maybe that's not for tonight. I know, Scott, you and I have talked about some of the other options out there too that other states are doing in these cases. There's other options, but just throwing that out there.
Councillor Hoppy.
I'm going to parking lot your idea real fast and try to finish getting through. So I would like to ask for consensus that the period of time in which to bring your ADU into compliance will be 2 years, and after 2 years, the stop work order, which also requires double permit fees to finish work, be applied. So I'm asking for consensus for that, to move that down.
Okay, we have consensus on that.
Great. And then I'm going to ask if we can add that as a topic 7, so we can try to get through that well.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
I was going to ask Ms. Nosler-Beck if we can, her thought that she wants to work on, if we can add that as a topic 7, so that we can get through the 6 that the staff have presented to us. No, 8. Can we add it as a topic 8?
Yeah, I'm sorry,
Keeping in mind we're
everybody,
only
but
on 4.
I'm good with adding it as a topic 8. I just wanted to bring it in that non-conforming piece, so.
All right, thank you. The next topic is short-term rentals. So those did come up a little bit earlier. And the current ordinance as written, the short-term rental ordinance, would allow an ADU to be operated as what we have called a partial home rental because of the owner occupancy requirement. So there's already an owner on site, and therefore the ADU could then be operated as a partial home rental. That's the requirement for a partial home now in the code, is that the owner has to be on site. And in this case, it would be in another part of the house, another bedroom, another floor. And now we're kind of expanding that to also include the ADU, whether that's the primary or the secondary structure. And so we're just proposing to modify the code to clarify that and add ADUs into that definition. So our question is, would you like to formally classify ADUs as partial home rentals because the owner of the property is required to live on site? The other option would be to categorize them as the whole home rental, which then counts towards the cap and has a lot of different requirements. And so I did provide some supporting information. We haven't had the proliferation of short-term rentals that we may have expected now over a year ago when the ordinance was passed. But I just wanted to lay all options on the table for you all.
Councilor Dozman.
I would say that because we have the requirement for STRs, that if it's owner occupied, it's just, sorry, I lost my place where I was reading. But so I would say that it would be a partial home STR as opposed to a whole house. But I did want to ask about a scenario of like if, say, you're converting your basement to an accessory dwelling unit, and do our short-term rental policies and licensing catch whether it's up to building codes? Or would that only be if they were to come forward with an accessory dwelling unit? So like say we have an existing ADU right now, and they wanted to license it as an STR, but they hadn't come to the city as an ADU just yet. If they had licensed for the STR, would we have caught that it is a non-conforming ADU and not been, like, provided that license? Does that make sense?
Question, I don't do it.
We don't do official building code inspections as part of the STR licensing scheme. And Scott is our subject matter expert on this from a zoning standpoint too, but I believe what we require is for them to self-certify on certain safety issues, like smoke detectors, carbon monoxide detectors, fire extinguishers, things like that as part of the licensing requirement, but we don't conduct the inspection.
So in theory, an ADU could exist currently that is non-conforming but is operating as a short-term rental?
Potentially. The other element that Ken started on was that we, as part of the short-term rental license application, request information about where that is going to be operated. And so in some instances, we have said, like, no, you can't actually operate a short-term rental in an RV. So there have been instances where we've kind of caught things on the front end of, like, we can't actually issue the license. That hasn't come up in terms of ADUs, to my knowledge. I'm not the only one that reviews those licenses, but I don't think it's come up.
Councilor Ohm.
And I think often from a business model standpoint that a partial home STR, kind of the Airbnb model is literally a partial home, right? So you wouldn't have access necessarily to a separate kitchen. You might have a separate fridge or something like that, but you'd be sharing some of those common elements of the home with the people that live there.
Councilor Ohm.
Thank you, Mayor. So this comes back to that same question. It's possible, hypothetically, that there could be a basement in someone's home and they have a full kitchen in there, and at some point they have to make a decision. There's two paths, and one path is to ask the city, should I try this as an ADU? And they start to find out that there's a lot of compliance issues, which is going to cost a lot of money. And the other path is to do an STR, short-term rental. And what I'm hearing, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if that person decided to do an STR, they can just sign something, say everything's fine, and that's it. But the person that decides they want to do the ADU, they're going to have to do this full compliance. And what I foresee is that it's going to be a lot easier for that person to just check the box STR for that basement.
I will say not all basements are short-term rentals and not all basements are ADUs. A lot of basements, even though there might be a separate kitchen or wet bar, are still connected to the main house only, so they don't have a separate entrance. We would never consider that to be an accessory dwelling unit. And someone could rent out a basement to a long-term tenant as well. It's the question, I guess, if someone wanted to convert their basement into the ADU with a totally separate entrance, separate electrical, that's when all the building code implications come up. It's not someone's just renting out their basement as a partial home short-term rental. I think, hopefully I'm making sense, but I think there's two separate kind of scenarios where someone's trying to convert it into a separate apartment versus I just want to rent out my basement and I still live upstairs. So I don't know if there's that many cases where there would be like an illegal ADU that someone is trying to rent out to someone. I don't know. I just don't think that's that large of an issue. Could be wrong.
Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So help me understand, so the scenario that has come up for me when I've been thinking about this is, so I have my house and I build an ADU in the backyard, and I decide to, I want to get some income and do short-term rentals. So I do a partial home short-term rental with my primary residence and rent out my upstairs bedroom. And then I get a second short-term rental license to rent out the ADU as a second. Would that be allowable with our current regulations about you're allowed to have one whole house and one partial house license in the city? Would I be able to do both of those licenses on the same property?
No. You get one of each, and the partial home is a requirement that you're there. And so you could theoretically obtain a whole home license for your house, but that means that you're no longer living there full time. So that's when it counts towards the cap. I guess you couldn't have two separate licenses on the same property because the partial home requires that you live there. And unless you had 3 units, which you don't in that scenario, then that would be the only scenario where you could have the whole home and the partial home in the same lot.
So I couldn't rent out one of my rooms with the partial home license and then rent out the standalone ADU in my backyard on short term?
You would have to pick one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That kind of prevents a property from becoming entirely, I guess, a short-term rental property with 2 separate licenses.
Additional discussion, Councilor Stites.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree. I think that since the property owner actually is on site, I think that even if they're renting out a separate unit on their property, I think we could count that as a partial home rental, I guess. So I think I would go with staff's recommendation on that, and that way it doesn't count towards the cap, because we have a cap for how many actual short-term rentals we can have, standalone short-term rentals in each council district. So if we can make it a partial one, we can kind of get around that, right? Scott, is that right?
Can you repeat the question? I didn't know there was a question.
Oh, sorry. So you're saying that if it's a partial home rental, there's no cap for that, right? There's only a cap for whole home rentals?
Correct, and that's because for a whole home, the property owner does not need to be on site. And so
Right.
those can be more impactful.
Okay, that makes sense. So I would definitely agree that that would be a partial home rental moving forward. Thank you.
Councilor Hoppy?
Okay, I would like to make a consensus that we move forward and that we define ADUs and the STRs as partial home rentals.
Hands on that? Okay, we have consensus on that. Making progress here.
All right, topic number 6 is something that was not discussed at the last study session, but did come up in our research, and it's the topic of detached duplexes. So a duplex is different than an ADU in a few ways, in that both dwelling units of the duplex are considered primary uses, so they're not secondary to each other like an ADU would be. The 2 units can be sold separately, and the 2 units are required to be attached currently per the code definition. However, it is increasingly common for cities to allow a detached duplex configuration on the lot, and that already allows a duplex. So in contrast to a traditional duplex, which is attached, a detached duplex is 2 primary dwelling units permitted on a single lot in 2 separate structures with a single unit in each structure. And so for a lot in R2, for example, that already allows a duplex, it could have, in this scenario, either an attached duplex, a detached duplex, a single unit home and an ADU, or just a single unit home. And so our code requires that the 2 units in a duplex be attached, which is based on the existing definition of a duplex. But there has been a decent amount of interest from builders and homeowners to build detached duplexes on lots that already allow duplexes. So in this scenario, it would provide flexibility for builders and property owners without increasing density or changing other development standards. And it would also potentially help legitimize some properties where these conditions already exist. So like I said, this would only be permitted on lots that are already eligible for an attached duplex. And it would just essentially remove the requirement that those 2 units be attached. And there's an example image on the next page that kind of shows these duplex buildings can get pretty large. And when you break up the massing and have just 2 separate structures on the same lot, that structure is no longer this massive, impactful structure. This would only really affect properties that are zoned R2 and R3, because those are the only ones that really allow duplexes. And then every other requirement would be the same setbacks, the same lot coverage, the same parking requirements. It's just removing the requirement that they're attached. So again, just kind of tangential to this topic, but related, and could, potentially be perceived as an ADU, but they're actually a totally separate category.
Councillor Nosler-Beck.
Councillor Dozman really needs to hold on to the microphone. I've had some conversations with some constituents about the idea of the detached duplexes for some of the non-conforming properties out there. It is, in some cases, a solution for, properties that have 2 buildings that are being used as 2 separate living spaces. And so I am not in support of this detached duplex moving forward with new ADUs. But when we're looking at those non-conforming properties, I think it's important that we don't take this option off the table as well. So.
We'll have Councillor Ohm, and then Councillor Hoppe, and then Councillor Dozman.
Thank you, Mayor. The graphic example that you showed of the duplex is kind of a typical standard one, and I've seen one in the city of Wheat Ridge on Dudley that is a much more interesting, where the duplexes are they do share a common wall, but they are, I don't know what the word to describe it is, but they're like offset, and so when you see them, they kind of definitely appear as 2 different houses. It was really nicely done. And that I'm not sure what that shared wall is, but it is not really the main wall. That might be a shared wall of, it could be a bathroom or something else. I would be, and I don't know what the current code is. Obviously, the city has allowed that. I'd like to see more of that. I don't know that I'm really in favor of the detached. I don't know that do you go into detail of what that minimum separation is from the 2 detached duplexes is? Is it like 5 feet or?
That would be building code. Normally it's 5 feet, but I would defer to them on that. And as far as the common wall, I believe it is also a 5-foot requirement that the structures have to be attached, but that's the only thing right now that is in the code, is that the building has to be attached. The 2 units have to be attached.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Hoppe.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I have a couple of questions. Let's start with, if they're detached duplexes, which, by the way, I have a really hard time with.
Mm-hmm.
It's not, they're single-family homes, right? Or they're attached single-family homes is how the Home Builders Association puts it. But if they're detached duplexes, how does the party wall agreement work if there's no party wall? Like that,
The model that I've seen, and actually tandem home is the term
Tandem.
Denver uses. We use detached duplex because we already have duplex in our code, but could go either way. Didn't want to have to type out both. So like a duplex currently is, there doesn't have to be a separate owner at all. Both units can be owned by the same property owner, and that would be the same in this scenario. Party wall agreement, from what I found, typically is more of a condominium type agreement where it's not, there's no wall, but there's still some sort of common space agreement, and then you basically create a condo plat for that property.
And then, I guess, well, this is how I feel about, and, you know, about tandem houses and detached duplexes, is that I don't think this is something that we should be doing through the ADU currently, if it's something that we're looking at in the future, because my concern is that it's circumventing rezoning. So if the lot's big enough to house two single-family homes, detached, then I feel like those should get rezoned into the single-family homes. However, I'm not completely against the tandem house idea, but I do want to say is I don't have enough information to really say, let's go for it, and while we're doing it, go ahead and stick that in our ADU stuff. So it's really something that I would like to see to come back for more study, rather than getting kind of swooped into what we're doing tonight. That's my personal opinion.
Thank you. I have Counselor Dozeman and then Counselor Hulteen.
Thank you. Yes, I would agree. I was going to ask if we can separate this out, because I think that it would be really confusing for the public if we are simultaneously passing accessory dwelling units while discussing detached duplexes. I mean, and the first question that came to my mind was, so these would be considered single family units. Is that right? Correct, or is that not what would be the definition?
No, it'd be its own category. So
Okay.
those would not then also be allowed to have their own ADUs.
Okay, that was
within.
my next question.
Yeah.
Okay. You saw where I was going with
Okay,
that. All right.
I did.
Thank you.
Thank you. Counselor Hulteen.
Thank you. My comments echo Counselor Hoppy and Dozeman's in that I feel like this is a standalone issue and that we have inadequate information tonight to really discuss it. And I feel like I feel like the intent of the first round of setting up the ADU doesn't touch with this as directly. So I'd like to ask for a consensus that we do not give any direction on topic 6 and rather give staff direction to bring it back as a standalone item.
Okay, we have consensus on that. I have a question before we leave it, though. On the detached duplex, which is permitted on a single lot, and you can sell each half of that duplex, how do you decide where the property line is to sell? Do you need to replat it into two lots, or?
So with a attached duplex, you create a party wall agreement, and then you create an exhibit that essentially shows which portion of that property you're selling, and the same thing would be here. Normally, when you're buying a condo, you're buying the inside walls, and then the common space is shared.
Right.
But it would kind of be up to the seller to determine where to draw those boundaries, or if there are boundaries at all.
So you wouldn't need to go through a platting process to create a property line between the two dwellings?
No, duplex splits are exempt from the city's platting process. That said, if the property is large enough to be platted, I think we kind of put this in here to talk about more as an idea than necessarily thinking it would be included in the ordinance. But if the lot is large enough to actually be platted for two single-family homes, then they could just go ahead and go through our subdivision process. So that it's possible that the lot is large enough that it could just be platted that way, and it wouldn't be considered a detached duplex at that point.
And are there space requirements between the two duplexes?
If it was being platted, there would be setback requirements, but if it's just on a single lot, then there would be the building code fire separation requirements. Normally it's 5 feet between structures.
Okay, thank you. Counselor Nosler-Beck.
I was just going to say, in addition to the conversation getting moved into another study session with some more information brought from staff, I'd also just like to I think one of the reasons this was brought in to the ADU conversation was that, it's an option for that primary ownership piece again, and that discussion. And so I'd like to bring up, when you all bring back some ideas on the topic, can we discuss the non-conforming component to this as well? Properties that may want to become duplex, like a tandem duplexes. Is somebody gonna go make a coffee, Brad? It's getting late.
Okay.
We are, just so you know, we've decided to pull the last agenda item, so don't worry that you have to save more energy for that. You just have to get through this piece tonight.
Okay. Well, Scott, go ahead.
All right, so discussion topic number 7, and this is the last one on my list, is just talking about discrepancies in our current zoning code. And so when we are creating definitions for accessory dwelling units, which I attempted to define earlier, we also have to make those correspond with existing definitions in our code. And we actually have 2 separate definitions in our code, one in kind of the main zoning code and then one in the mixed use part of our zoning code that defines single detached dwelling or single family home. And those definitions are different throughout the code. Same with 2-family and duplex, and then same with multiple dwelling multifamily. So what we're proposing to do is, as part of this ordinance, where the definition of accessory dwelling unit has to rely upon the definition of dwelling unit, we're proposing to make those definitions all the same so that there aren't separate definitions within the zoning code anymore. And there's just one definition of single detached dwelling, one definition of duplex, and one definition of multiple dwelling, instead of these multiple parallel definitions, which is not best practice. And also, Denver and other cities don't use family when determining the title of a single detached unit. They just call it single detached or single unit. It's not a single family or 2-family unit. So we've determined that those changes are considered conforming changes, and we just wanted to ask for direction to make sure that those definitions all correspond and that there's a single definition of each, and then that way we can create a single definition of accessory dwelling unit instead of having to create another one to correspond with each chapter.
Okay, Councilor Hoppy.
I do see where some of the recommendations is, also from preliminary conversations with the Race and Equity Task Force, and to kind of bring us into some, equity compliance also. So I say yes. Just do it.
Succinct. Councilor Holteen.
Thank you. So I support the first question of changing instances of 1-family, 2-family in the code to single detached and duplex, et cetera. And the second question I'm a little bit split on. I think in the instance here where we're talking about changing the specific references of family, revising that, I'm trying to remember, have we seen any specific recommendations from the Race and Equity Task Force yet? No. So I guess this is a little bit of a sticky wicket for me, but I'm looking forward to seeing those recommendations and would like to consider them holistically. And if this is a standalone recommendation that, can get presented, but it's kind of bundled here with other sort of nondescript recommendations that have come forth, but we haven't seen those yet. And I will holistically, enthusiastically support that idea, but I'd like to sort of see as a whole what the recommendations are and better understand where those come from. So my inclination is to hold off and see what their recommendations are, and would love to see them and move them forward, but I'd like to see what those recommendations look like. Thank you.
Counselor Hoppy?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I guess as I read this, staff thinks that this is a good way to clean up our language. And also, here's another thing to support it with preliminary conversations with the Race and Equity Task Force. It's something that they would support. So it's not necessarily that Race and Equity Task Force went to them and said, we want you to change it like it's a one-off, but it's something that this is what we think should be in our language. And also, we had a preliminary conversation. Race and Equity Task Force said, yeah, it's actually good too.
Additional discussion? Counselor Nosler-Back.
Yeah, just from our, so sorry. Thank you, Mayor. I think that I agree with both Counselor Hulteen and Counselor Hoppy on this. When the Race and Equity Task Force presented out to us, they specifically said they were going to be addressing some of the housing issues in the charter. And I think I'm drawing a lot of conclusions here, but we're probably talking about some of this language as we see it here. And so I'm reading it the same way that you are, Counselor Hoppy, and fully hear you, Counselor Hulteen, on wanting to see those recommendations coming as well. So, yes.
Okay.
And just to clarify, the second question, I think, Scott, if I don't get this wrong, is just asking for support to explore options for future code amendments, not to actually maybe make any right now.
Right, yeah, we didn't have any recommendations from Race and Equity. This was just like putting it on the table. When I met with them, with the planning division, they had a lot of ideas. And it just so happened that this definition of family was something that we were able to address partially within the ADU ordinance, but they had a lot of other ideas that are not really related. But that last question is more to kind of put you all on notice about what could potentially be coming from their recommendations.
Counselor Hulteen.
Thank you. That's a good clarification. And so it sounds like it's not something that you actually need guidance from us on, but rather that sounds great. So I'd like to ask for a consensus that we support the changing instances of one family, two family, and multiple dwelling in the code to single, detached, and duplex, and to revise the definition of multiple dwelling to improve consistency across all of Chapter 26 and to modernize the code. If only we could modernize our charter to get rid of all the he's.
All in favor, raise your hands. Looks like we have consensus on that to move forward, so that's a yes. And then do we have consensus to postpone discussion really on what the Race and Equity Task Force is going to come up with?
Mayor, I do believe that Councilmember Beck had requested that we added another discussion item to revisit the non-owner occupied. Is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Do we have a consensus to add an 8th discussion item under the ADU, specifically to talk about what?
Non-conforming, owner-occupied, owner occupancy for non-conforming grandfathered in ADUs.
All right, so consensus to discuss non-conforming, non-owner occupied ADUs.
So, non-conforming, owner-occupied ADUs? Non-conforming, non-owner-occupied properties that want to construct an ADU?
So I guess the question is, could we grandfather in those existing non-conforming ADUs after they're brought into compliance and not impose the owner occupancy on those that currently exist? So say we have a homeowner that comes forward, they have an existing ADU and they go through the whole process, could they be exempt from the owner occupancy?
Are they currently homeowner, or are they currently occupants now?
They could be, or we could run into a situation where they are not. So, say they have two dwelling units on one lot, they don't live in either of them, but it's a non-conforming ADU. Do they have to move into the property to come into compliance, or can they exist as they currently are?
And this is a request then to put it on for discussion? Is that what we're talking about?
Yep. Yep.
Okay, let's see consensus about whether we want to add something for another discussion tonight or at some other time. Is that tonight?
Tonight.
Yes.
Okay. How do the folks online voting? Okay, we've got 1 out of 2. Councilor Hoppy.
I understand that what you're thinking is that there might already be someone who is an absent landlord and has two, and one of them is a non-conforming ADU and one is their main house, and that they will try to come and get compliance for their ADU. Chances are, if they're an absent landlord, they probably aren't going to come to try to get their ADU into compliance. But I still think that it circumvents the whole issue around that our community has around owner occupancy, and therefore I feel like we should still, that there should be no grandfathered in non-owner occupied consideration.
Councilor Nosler back.
So if you do have people who are property owners who have two separate dwelling units and they are potentially renting them both out, and so they're not living on the property, then what is their pathway to still own that property and not and get into compliance in Wheat Ridge? Like, what would they do if they have two separate units on their property, but they're not there? Or let's say, an example, a family has a property with two units on it. The family's renting it out, and the parents are the owners of the property. The parents pass away or move away and have their family member own it, and renting it out now with two units on it. What does that family member do to get into compliance so that they are not, they are owner occupied? Do they have to move back into one of those units? That's what at the root of what I'm trying to get at is, what are the options for paths forward then?
Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you. I think with the intent of the ADU ordinance, in which we're trying to provide as much, leeway to bring our existing ADUs into compliance, and while still really respecting that our community is asked to be mindful of, new investments in our community, I would support for our existing non-compliant ADUs that if they can prove that it has been a rental property prior to adoption of the ordinance, that they would be exempted, but they have to demonstrate that both properties have been rentals, and that it would so it's just for the compliance, they have to demonstrate that it has a history of both properties being a rental unit, and that they wouldn't be able to at a later date convert just because they were pre-existing prior to 2022. So new ADUs would have to be owner occupied, but in the spirit of bringing our existing ADUs out into the open, compliance, and safe habitable places, they have a pre-existing history of land use like this that wouldn't be changing, and so I would support that.
Councilor Stites.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I agree with what Ms. Holteen just said. I would add one thing to it, though, that once that property is sold, that it goes back to our regular rules. So if they live there now, or they own the property now and they're renting them both out, if they go to sell that property, then it should have to be owner occupied again, right? So it kind of goes back to our new rules. Does that seem fair, or is that something we can do?
Yeah.
But I don't. Are we talking about legally non-conforming existing ADUs, or are we talking about unsanctioned ADUs?
Legally non-conforming ADUs, correct? And unsanctioned.
That are currently
Well, I think we're talking about them becoming legal, right? So they have that process of the 2-year grace period to somehow become legal. But like Ms. Nasselbeck is saying, they may become a legal dwelling unit, but neither of the property owner, or the property owner doesn't live in either of those houses. I think we should grandfather that in for now, but once they sell it.
Again, my question is, are they legally non-conforming, which is example 3, which means that they've existed historically and we acknowledge that they're legal, even though they don't conform with the zoning code or potentially the building code? Or are they these people going through this process to bring unsanctioned ADUs into compliance? Or both?
I think it's both. But the example that I'm using in this is legally non-conforming. But I think it's both.
I move that it's both, because the second example, the complicated one, I mean, we're using that example assuming that they're working to become legally conforming by bringing it up to code per the inspection. And I mean, that's the intent of that fourth category, right?
Counselor Hoppy?
Yeah, so I think that we want a path forward for all of those who, whether they're non-sanctioned or legally non-conforming, to try to come to a place to be conforming, legal. In that pathway, there may be units that are non-sanctioned or legally non-conforming that are both being rented and have had a history of being rented, and therefore, in this example Councilwoman Nosler-Beck brought up, and then the needle that Councilwoman Hulteen threaded was that if they can prove, by the time the ordinance was approved, if they can prove that those properties have been rentals the whole time, so in the case where the parents haven't been there forever, now they pass away and the kids are like, well, now what, we have to move into this property. So in that case, if they can prove that they have been rentals by the time at the time that the ordinance was enacted, then there is an exemption where they don't have to owner occupy. However, when that property sells, the next people who purchase it has the owner occupy trigger. Is that clarifying?
Oh,
So,
okay.
so the path forward that we have for both legally non-conforming and for unsanctioned requires that at the end of that process, they execute the covenant that says one of the units has to be owner occupied and one has, and they can't be sold separately. So that would put off that process, or, we could work with Dahl's office in terms of, how would we catch that when it next sells to make sure we get that covenant in place? And Scott has a thought.
Yeah, I would add, we don't know when properties sell, so we would have no way of, unless the owner was just a really kind person and came to us and asked for us to then do that covenant for the new buyer, we would never know. Because properties change hands all the time.
It's probably some investor in Arizona.
There might be a path, and I'll just suggest this off the cuff, but, that we could do what the examples suggest, which is record the covenant as part of the kind of legalization process for both of these categories, and then administratively provide some sort of exception to allow them to occupy the property And then when and if we become available that they sold it, and if they're not occupying it in compliance with the covenant, that's when we would have an enforcement opportunity.
Counselor Hulteen?
All right, everyone get your microphones on. I'm going to ask for a consensus, and I'm
Wait a
going to...
minute, before you do that, I see Counselor Ohm with his hand, and Counselor Dozman had her hand up. So I'll go to Counselor Ohm.
Thank you, Mayor. So if this gets grandfathered in, do they then bypass all life safety issues, you know? So if the ADU's in a basement or something, and it's like, well, you don't need to have egress, or you don't need electrical, is that what this is saying, that we just bypass all of that, all those issues?
No, the only thing it would bypass would be the initial owner occupancy requirement for that person. They would still have to follow all the steps in that example 4 of getting into compliance, whatever way that is.
Okay, and this doesn't, from a legal aspect, it doesn't create any type of nexus with any other type of building issues where something is not legal and they kind of ask for forgiveness and they go back to something like this and say, well, you've already set a precedent. Okay. Thank you.
Counselor Dozman.
Thank you. So I think in theory this is a great idea, but in reality I'm not sure that it would work very well, and it seems like enforcement is not easily come upon. But I think the conversation that we've had tonight and at our last study session just goes to show that, like, how complex this issue really is, and the fact that we are tackling it at, what time is it now? 10 o'clock at night. I'm not sure if we want to open this up for discussion at another time, or if we want to just kind of move forward with it and then give an administrative. I like that proposal. Thank you.
Counselor Hulteen?
So I think we did thread the needle. I think the administrative aspect to this does accomplish that. So I'd like to go ahead and ask for a consensus that we, and I'm going to need a lot of help here, that I'm 20 minutes past pumpkin, that we seek an exemption for the owner occupancy for the existing non-compliant ADUs in the, I'm sorry, I'm going to get in the unsanctioned, legally non-conforming ADUs, that would be an administrative action. And what else am I? Oh, and then they would need to prove that there's a history of renting both units prior to the adoption of the ordinance, and that that exemption would expire with the new owner, if that's something that could be seen. Did I get all the elements of that? Expire upon sale. Thank you.
So let's see a show of hands for that.
Can I just ask a clarifying point?
Yes, please.
Which is,
Please.
I would suggest that when we go to draft this in the ordinance, that we would say that they would have to substantiate the renter occupancy status at the time of adoption of the ordinance. I wouldn't want during that 2-year compliance window for someone to come in and start renting it to
Yes.
claim
Yeah.
this right.
Yep, yeah, it has to be prior to the adoption of the ordinance. Exactly. All right, did we have consensus? Oh,
We had consensus on that.
Ms. Hutchinson has something.
Yeah, thanks. Well, one way that they can show if it was a rental is by income tax returns. They're not just going to take, they have to file income tax, It's a rental. That's pretty simple.
Okay.
Okay.
Mr. Cutler, good job. Any other questions here for our council?
Nothing for us. I think we have pretty good direction at this point to finalize an ordinance. I don't know if we need to come back to another study session unless
No.
you think we need to.
I think we're ready for first readings.
Yeah, let's do
Mr.
it.
Cutler.
Next week.
Yeah, I was going to
Next
say,
week.
next Monday, we look forward to that. I just want to thank you guys. This was incredibly challenging. Really, really thorough, excellent work.
Okay, that concludes. All right, that concludes item 2 on our agenda items. Mr. Goff has asked that we postpone discussion of item number 3. Is there objection? No objection? Okay, we
I
will
hope not, because our
postpone that.
presenter left.
And we will go then to staff reports.
Just real quick, it's late. A topic has been brought up about National Night Out. It's August 2nd of this year, and I think most of you maybe have attended. We, in the past several years, we've held one event in the city out here at Hayward Park, and we've been increasing attendance, which is great. We have a lot of fun activities and such. The original intent of National Night Out was to have these in neighborhoods to promote safety and awareness. And there's been a suggestion that we look at doing that this year and maybe have 4 events, one in each council district at a park or something. And police department is okay with it, but we just wanted to make sure you were all okay with it. It would probably require some of your help. We probably wouldn't be able to have all the fun activities that we do at this park. We can't have those in 4 locations, but I'm sure we could come up with different activities, and so we just want to get some thought or direction. And Ms. Holteen is actually the one that brought this up. So if you want to add anything to that.
I don't really have much to add to it. I just really like the idea of bringing it more to the neighborhood level, and I would encourage counselors to get creative. Work. It'd be great to have police presence. At each
Yeah,
one
we
of them,
definitely
and-
have police presence at each park, at each district, and we couldn't have as many of the activities that we do here at one park, so it's going to be a little different. Maybe it's a barbecue instead of it's more neighborly.
Yeah, do potluck. So anyway, I think it's fun. I think we could have fun with it. And I think it's we don't really have any kind of district level tradition in the city, and I think it's a great way of initiating that.
So if everybody's comfortable with that, I can let the PD to know to start planning for that instead of one single event. What does everybody think?
Okay, it looks like we have consensus for that.
Okay, all right. That's it.
Okay, we'll go to elected officials matters. Councilor Hoppy.
You forgot. Would you like to do it? I'd like to say congratulations to you.
Oh, I was going to do it next week, but you can do it.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Ali Sheck, Assistant City Manager of the Year this weekend. So, yay. Big deal.
CCCMA, yep.
Big enough deal that it can be both weeks.
Thank you, yes.
Yes.
Councilor Dozeman.
Thank you. I have a few items this evening. First and foremost, I want to send my thoughts out to Officer Alan Fisher and his family, and I want to thank him for his bravery and his service. I was able to visit him in the hospital, and I saw a steady stream of Wheat Ridge police officers as well as other officers in the surrounding communities come and support Officer Fisher, and I just really love our police department and the hard work and their dedication and demeanor in this community, and I think that I am very grateful personally to Chief Murtha and to our department for really bringing forth the relationship-based policing. I think it's done an amazing job in our community, and I think it really shines through. And then I also had a couple of ribbon cuttings this week on my calendar. So the first one, let me pull it up, sorry. The first one is the 21st from 5:30 to 6, or the ribbon cutting itself is at 5:30. So Mayor Starker will be participating in a ribbon cutting event for American Liberty Mortgage at 5:30 p.m. on Thursday, 4/21. And then the Cosmos at the Gold's Marketplace, they're having their ribbon cutting for their reopening on Friday, April 22nd at 10:30. So really excited to see businesses, new businesses in our community, and one that's been a staple in reopening, and really excited about Gold's Marketplace. I've been telling all of the residents about it, and a lot of people have been asking questions, so the excitement and the buzz is out there.
Councilor Hulteen.
Thank you. I have a couple quick things. I just want to recognize the utter lack of plastic bottles here, so thank you for your continued commitment to plastic. Yeah, non-single-use plastic. I really appreciate that. I want to thank the city. I purchased a tree on Saturday morning. I was in line at 9 o'clock, and I got the last red bud, I think roseberry something tree that I wanted. And the guy behind me had wanted one. It's a little tense, but I got it. And we bought it as a memorial tree for, I know he did, he scowled at me. But it was special. It's a memorial tree for the dog that we lost recently. So it was really special to be able to go participate in that. And it was just really neat to see that we're Tree City, USA. And it was flying colors on Saturday. I'm surprised. I don't know if we have any trees left. I mean, it was amazing. And then I want to mention two things. The 35th Avenue bike lane survey is online, and I'd encourage anybody who uses 35th Avenue to walk, ride a bike, or drive their car, participate, to inform what's needed there to make that safe for everybody. And then on Wednesday night, the Wheat Ridge Police Department is hosting an open house at the here in this very room that we're in, and would encourage everyone to participate. Councilor Ohm and I hosted a District 2 meeting on Saturday, and we were really honored to have both the chief and Commander Schmitz, I think is how you pronounce his name, attend, and they were both really fantastic, just talking about the relationship policing that the city is doing, as well as some of the different efforts to be responsive to what they're hearing our community wants. So check with our police department. They do a fantastic job and are really committed to our city. So thank you.
Okay, I'll turn around and see if Mr. Clerk, do you have anything tonight?
I just wanted to thank the staff for the excellent tree setting. It was so good that I got there about 15 minutes after Councilmember King bought the redbud tree I planned to buy for my wife for our wedding anniversary, and it's all Rachel's fault.
Oh, you're the one.
Okay, all right.
I do have some other thoughts about the sale because it was so highly successful. I just want to make a comment. We ought to expand it next time. And the staff has already started writing a list of recommendations about how to improve it, which I'm sure they'll pass on to Karen. But it was just delightful to see. Just disappointing that somebody aced us out of the last print.
All right. We hear you. Any other matters but come before our study session tonight? Ms. Weaver.
I just want to thank everybody for allowing me and Mr. Stites to be online tonight. I did want to remind everybody, you really need to be online some night because everybody needs to lean into a microphone. If you're more than 4 inches away, you can't hear. So just a reminder to everybody. Thanks.
Thank you for reminding us that, because you really can't hear too well. All right. If there's no more business to come before our meeting, we will stand adjourned. Thank you all. We'll see you next week. 7 o'clock, right here.